Hello, everybody. Welcome on in. Happy Monday, dude. We're so back today. We're so back. Oh my gosh. Sports ball's over. It's all time for Minecraft. It's good. It's a good time to be a Minecrafter right here. This is where Minecraft's back on top, right? It's back on top.
Stream in a row.
Variation, thank you so much for the 26 months. Appreciate you. Hello, hello, hello. What's up?
Pleased to meet you.
Gnomezil, what's going on?
Happy Monday.
Moira. I don't know why I went with Miori. There's an O, then an I. I don't know, man. I don't know. Epics, how we doing? Soph, hello, hello. Maybe I need to clean my glasses. That could be it. But it's the way it goes. Pooch, what's going on? Colleen, hello, hello, hello. Jacobus, hello. Cams, actually 9 p.m. at night for me. Well, you know, good night then. No, just finished the video from Thursday. I loved it. Yeah, I thought that was a good one. A little talkie video that I've been thinking up for a bit. I was like, I think it's time to send it. My headphones do not want to work today. How are you? I'm pretty good. I was out of town for the weekend. Had a good time.
Pleased to meet you.
And getting back in the swing of things.
_fWhip heart _fWhip cozy.
Joel, thank you so much for the 35 months at tier 2, my dude. I really appreciate it. And the 71 months at tier 3 on Twitch. Thank you so very much. I really do appreciate all the support. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Flip stream for my birthday. Kazuki, happy birthday. Welcome on in. Hope you're doing well today. Hope you have some fun birthday stuff going on. Hey, Jordan, how we doing? What's going on? But yeah, I was off for the weekend. We were off in Montana with some family. We went to the Under the Big Sky Music Festival. At least just the Saturday showing of it. It was pretty fun. It was a good time. I did get a little sick though, so I'm feeling much better now. But I think with like the altitude up there and everything, and had a few beveraginos, and I don't know, man, it was a weird one. But I'm feeling much better now, and that's what matters. How was the music show? It was so fun. It was absolutely boiling hot out, but it was a really, really fun time. I'm not a huge country music fan, but I just enjoy a good concert, and it was a good concert, so it was great.
Been a member for 1 year. Time flies when you're having fun. Thanks fWhip for everything. Always looking forward to your videos and live streams.
Alyssa, thank you so much for 1 year. I really do appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm gonna relax here. Welcome on in. My friends on the YouTube side, do a little cheeky clicking of the like button for me. It helps me out a ton, so I really do appreciate it. Going to hop on the rowing Urgy and listen. Just spent the day driving north for vacation. Wait, so the first thing you do when you get to vacation is you get on the rowing machine? All right, cool. All right, we're different people, Stam. It's fine. It's cool. No, I'm kidding. Hope you're doing well. Have a good one, Stam. Enjoy your vacation. Violet Tree, thank you so much for the gift sub. I appreciate you. And Ninja, thank you so much for the 9 months. Did you miss Papyrus? Yeah, I'm excited. Since Sulfur and Cinnabar got announced, I've been wanting to get back to New Papyrus. I just never really found a good reason to do it. So we're gonna be out here and give a shot. I noticed you have Star Wars characters behind you. I'd like to ask, who's your favorite Star Wars character? Honestly, I always just go with, I think Jar Jar or Darth Maul are my favorite. I'll be honest. One of those two is just really fun for like the movie characters. Why am I blanking on her name right now? She has Ahsoka, like from like the animations and all that, and now she has her TV show too. Yeah, I think Ahsoka like overall is my favorite Star Wars character, but if I were to go with movie characters, it's either Jar Jar or Darth Maul. They're just cool characters.
A hype train. Hop aboard, everyone. fWhip bop.
So thank you so much for the 300 biddies. Appreciate you. I do think Montana is closer to the Midwest, less southern outbreak. Might have been what got you sick. No, I didn't have any lettuce or anything, but you never know. Maybe it would have. But maybe it was somewhere on something when we went out to dinner. No, we got there on Thursday afternoon. We went out and went to dinner, had a good time, and then we went out afterwards because my brother had a few friends that lived in the area that we went to. So we were out there hanging out, and we stayed out late. Like, we got home at like 1 a.m. and I had a few beverages, but like I got back completely sober. Like I did not feel tipsy at all. And then I get home, and then I was totally fine going to sleep, and I woke up Friday morning and I was just like, this is the worst hangover I've ever had. Whatever is going on, I feel terrible. And I ended up sleeping all of Friday. Like, I slept pretty much through Thursday. Well, I guess Friday morning when we got home at 1 a.m. I slept till like 9 when I woke up, and I was like, I feel terrible. And then I just went back to bed, and I pretty much stayed asleep until like 5 p.m. It was crazy, but then I was fine. I still like a little rough going into Saturday, but like I was fine to get out and do things, but it was rough, dude. But the rest of the weekend was fun. So just just take Friday out of the equation, and I had a great time. But more importantly than me talking about my weekend plans, we have Minecraft to do. Phantom Whale, thank you so much for the biddies. I appreciate you. I thought today we could kind of focus on here.
Many greetings.
I wanted this to be a harbor, but like storage area. So I was thinking we could kind of just take it back. Also, atmospherics got updated, so we're back on that. Super fun. And it's looking lovely. And I figured we'd just come out here and we could start messing around, seeing what we can do, and come up with some fun designs for things, and just kind of take it wherever it goes. And we could have a good time with all of that. So that's kind of what we are going to be doing. Figure we can start just by throwing in a big old flat plane here for what we can build on top of. I think this city really is going to benefit a lot from, let's go with smear, and then we can just take this directly into the wall, and it will just cut it. It's going to coal itself along that. And this is kind of the space that I figured we'd start goofing around with today. Let me break these guys. Boop, boop, boop. And see what we can get in here. The inspo I have for this is like Assassin's Creed Odyssey, if you've seen those like dock areas. Let me see if I can find... There's those like... What are they? No, that's like a... No, where was it? Kind of something like this, I guess. Let me open this image. I'll show you. This is kind of the... I want to make it a little bit more of like our desert style, but this kind of vibe where we just have a bunch of warehouse buildings out here was kind of what I'm going for. Maybe we will do a little wall around it so it feels more separated from everything else, but I think it'd be good. Don't you start with the wall first? Nah, if we move the wall, we move the wall. I'd rather build the city up instead of building a wall and then being stuck by it. But anyways, that's kind of the vibe that I was thinking in here. Let's go with that and pull that to the side monitor and see where it goes. Finally, some papyrus building. I know, we're back. Mostly because sulfur. Sulfur. I think sulfur is going to go great out here. I know some people are not big fans of it, and I think it has to be used sparingly, but I think you can make sulfur work pretty well with sandstones. So we're going to be messing around with that and seeing where it goes, but I think it's going to be pretty good. Lynx, thank you so much for the biddies. Appreciate you. Sulfur. And then also cinnabar, especially polished cinnabar. Like, that's going to be sick out here. Let me show y'all what I'm thinking. So we could technically like take like, I just want to do it this way so I can control Z it. But you could do that and get that redder tone in there instead of the orange with the red sandstone. Or you could also do like this trim style there could be with cinnabar, so you get more of the contrast instead of the smooth red sandstone in there, or the polished red sandstone. No, cut red sandstone slab. Sorry, very different. So there's a lot of options that we can use these things in here for, that we can get just more color into the city that we couldn't do before. Because you could even take little bits like this along the top of these things. You can just say, you know what, we're going to give it a bit of a crown. We're going to just say this whole section right here is now just going to be that. And you get just that extra little pop of color at the top, which I think is really nice. I think that sort of way of using sulfur in this space is going to help us a lot. We're not going to redo our old ones, so I need to just undo this real quick because we've already done it. And I don't like to touch my old buildings. But that type of stuff, I think, is going to be a great way that we can start to really utilize a lot of things in here. It should be good. YouTube friends, be sure to click the like button if you haven't already. It helps me out a bunch. YouTube did fix the bug where you can now get stream viewers to roll in casually as the stream goes on, and the best way to do that is by having people like the stream, so I really do appreciate it. Why do all Minecraft content creators always do creative planning and then build on the survival world? Why not make videos in a creative world? Then you could build a lot more stuff much faster than watching Minecraft content.
Pleased to meet you.
It is interesting. Survival would only be better if it was...
Can't believe it's been this long, _fWhip _fWhip cozy.
Megan, thank you for the 31 months.
Thank you for all the giggles and to be a part of this amazing community.
Lovely to have you back. Thank you so very much. Kyle, the big reason is that not many people want to watch content creators who play in creative mode. That is the big reason. And also, I think if you've been following my channel for quite some time now, so I feel like this shouldn't come as a surprise to you. But maybe it is. But I love playing Minecraft in all forms. Only playing survival, for me, I get a little bored. I get a little... like, I feel like I get stagnant in what I'm building. And so a big reason why I jump out to playing creative is it gives me opportunities to try out new things, try out some new blocks, try out combinations of things without any fear, I guess, of running into something that just, what would the right word be? I don't know if fear is the right word for it, but there's no loss, there's no time loss, I guess is the big thing. Like I can play in creative and whip up a building in 20 minutes and be like, yeah, it's okay, I don't love it, let's delete it. But if I do that in survival only, that's gonna take like 5 hours probably to then be like, yeah, I don't like it. And then deleting that, that's a lot more time lost than if I were to just be like, yeah, I just didn't love it when it first got here, but we can just undo it and it's fine. So like that's a huge reason, is that I can have the freedom to play how I want, and then I get experience on survival, make my farms, do all that sort of stuff. So I play Minecraft for many more reasons than to just build. And I think there's a lot of people that play Minecraft for many more reasons than to just build. I've been practicing with building for the first time ever recently. Ooh, you've been having fun with it. Hey, May, thanks so much for stopping by. Have fun with your work. Working. Let's see. That would be 5. That would be 7. We're just going to kind of block this out to try and get a decent road space in here. I think like this we could probably offset it just ever so slightly and go 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 and kind of have that extend out there a touch, just so it's not flat. This could probably honestly be like a overhang of sorts, like a covered area. We'll figure out the rest of those as it's kind of moving. I'm thinking this will like close off here, so these buildings will actually be connected using our archway stuff that we've been trying. Been trying to build mountains lately, and they've been looking amazing. Nice, that's awesome. Now we really need to get into this, like the way of this being more storage buildings. Right now it feels like this could also be house, so I'm thinking we kind of just say, I know it's going to take a lot of space, but I'm almost thinking we do something like this, and then we can also maybe bring this guy out. If we give that like a 3, maybe that's a 5 for like a walkway through, and we bring him up to here so that that's also a 5 for a walkway through. And then we could also bring, like, if we did That could just be like a double wide one, and then that kind of creates our blocked off area. I'm okay with this being something that also has a street running through it. That could be kind of fun. The main plan is for this road to eventually like loop its way through here and come in. Just haven't really figured out where that is going yet. So maybe this guy comes up a block and this guy comes up 2 blocks is too much. He'll just go up a block too. And then that would mean here. And to there. Yeah, I kind of like it. And I do like the idea of this having like a small wall around it. I don't know if it'd really be something super realistic for the... I guess it is supposed to be like a protected storage area inside the city, so it might make sense to have a wall. This city is going to definitely be a lot more decorative. We're going to have to figure out some ways of making it like functional with farms beyond what we already have here, but I think we can get a good start with this. You talked about a cohesive fantasy world. Is there eventually going to be a story video or something like that? I'm starting to drop a little bit more bits of lore in videos, which you might see in the one coming out this week. But a lot of that story that would be needed for it is still up in the air. So I don't have like a full cohesive story that runs everything and connects everything together. And I don't think I ever will. But I want to create little teasers, I guess you could say, where we have bits that just kind of... what would it be? That just give a little bit more information into maybe how like a group lives, or what my interpretation of it would be if we weren't in like Minecraft, I guess would be the big one. That's kind of what I'm doing with this next video, is talking about like what it would look like if this wasn't a Minecraft build. Yeah, we'll do a little wall right there. That's going to be a little wall dividing this space. And I know it's like a big storage area, but I think it'd be nice to have. Snossage, thank you so much for the raid. How we doing? Welcome on in. How you been? What you up to? Were you being a chameleon today, or were you being a Minecrafter? Builds with cushions today. Oh boy, oh boy. Are you addicted? I'm addicted. See like a little double opening right there. And maybe we'll probably also have like another opening right here. Honestly, maybe a 5 wide. A big one. Big opening. And this building here would be more like barracks, I guess. So we'll just have like a 2 wide door. Maybe honestly it's like raised up. So you have to like take a step up. Take a step up off the street, you know. Well, welcome on in, friends. We're just kind of goofing around with some creative builds today. Gonna see what we come up with. And we're trying to work on what is going to eventually be like a storage area for the docks over here within the city itself. So we're kind of dedicating a lot more space to this one. Like 3 blocks, and then we start to curve it up. That could be kind of nice. Could be kind of nice. I think just for like a temporary. I've been watching you for a while. I love your videos and your builds. I was inspired by you and hope to get better by watching it. Welcome on in, dude. Thanks for checking out everything. Lovely to have you. Yeah, I think something like that can work out decently well.
Pleased to meet you.
Rode the struggle bus to stream today, but I'm here.
Don't worry, we can all ride the struggle bus together. Liz, thank you for the 58 months. I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hope the day gets better. I want to clear this inventory bar. And we're gonna make our little thingy here, because I feel like I changed this. Oh no, I just did the spruce at the top of this one. But it's supposed to be like a mud. Whatever. What is it? So 3 blocks up, then glass pane, and then glass pane. Okay. I like that little archway. It's kind of fun. Three blocks up. Glass. 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 Is that? Yeah, I think so. It looks better when it's got shadows behind it. Oh no. Wrecked your ankle. Ouch. Okay, we're gonna clone this and just boop it back there. Get booped, dude. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Where's that? Boom, 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 boom. Oh, well, this is gonna be 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. And probably like a boom, boom. Something in there, I guess. I don't know. I don't know. That's already kind of getting pretty tall over here, but that's okay. I was kind of hoping to be able to see these a bit farther in the back, but they are pretty short right now. So we can fix that by just making them a bit taller. Do we want the tops of them to be flat, or do we want them to be, I guess this one could be flat. Like that could be flat with almost like an extra building on the back of it, like raised up here. I don't know how wide this is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, I'm a genius. And we could also have like a staircase coming up to it. Like staircase that way into the building. Yeah. Then that creates doorway. And height of build. Aha! And because I can't be stopped. Actually, I kind of want to do Cinnabar here. I feel like the red but this for the Cinnabar could be kind of fun for like a city building, I guess. Or like a city building as in terms of, I guess no, the color out here we've been using is very much emphasizing on, no, we've been using a lot of red sandstone for like the big city areas. I think it was red sandstone, and yeah, so the Cinnabar we'll use for our big fancy city things. So if we do that, that would mean in here would have to be a floor level. I believe. And that, if I can type, we can grab our sandstone, cut sandstone for the corners. Maybe right there. Do our little thingamabop that we've been doing. Aha. I'm just going to clone this because I think it'll be faster. Boop. lurking, working on a few things. Welcome on in, T-Shane. I hope you're doing well. YouTube friends, be sure to click the like button if you haven't already. Helps me out a bunch. I really do appreciate it. Do we want to do that all red, or do we just... Ooh, we could just top the corners with a little bit of sulfur. Then that can become red. This can be a doorway. Window, window, eyeballs. And then I think up here we'll just do this. Sweet. Building's done. Look at that. It's ready to go in the world. Bamboo trapdoor. Ooh. Like to go along with these. Ooh, that's kind of nice. I was thinking we'd be able to like place something up here, but I don't know what it would be. So we could just remove some of them if we want to put like a leaf or something. That ain't bad. Yeah, look at that. Interiors though. What's that? Okay, so I'm thinking for these guys, is it too anti-new papyrus to give them a sloped roof? Do we have any slopage? There's a little slopage. Do we have any slopage in the city? There's a little bit. I'm thinking they're gonna have to be flat. Yeah, I think we gotta make them flat. And these, because they're like just side little buildings, probably. They wouldn't need sloped roofs in the desert. I know, but slabs would look so nice. Oh, that's not stack. Boop. So we can do just something like that for him. Well, that does make it... I don't plan to build anything on top, so we're actually just going to do this. That can give us an extra little bit of a lip. Grab that. Grab that. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, boop. Yeah. This guy right here, I think, needs to... He's definitely going to be like a something or another here to kind of continue the arch that we have created to the inside already. We'll get him to there. Why don't you try what almost happened and make the middle higher than the sides, but still flat?
I got good stuff here.
T-Shane, thanks for 10 gift subs. You mean like making like this go up and then have it like step back there? But Shane, thank you so much for 10 gift subs, my dude. I really appreciate it. Why don't you try what almost happened and make the middle higher than the sides, but still flat? Oh, do you mean like having the front? That feels like Western. I don't know if we don't really want to go Western. We got bars here too. What's he telling me to do? Is he yelling at me yet? No, he's not yelling at me. That's fine. I just remember that you streamed on Twitch. Lil Ross, welcome on in, dude.
I just learned in class that the sign for justice in Turkish Sign Language is like that move for 6-7. My life is ruined. fWhip brain fWhip hands cheer 100.
I mean, you're never gonna forget it, is all I'm hearing, is that you will remember this forevers. Sorry, I'm just looking at a Discord thing. Excuse me, I apologize. I'm making this construction. How do you make the schematic without taking useless blocks? Check out the Lightmatica tutorial I uploaded a few weeks ago onto my second channel. That will tell you everything you need to know. This feels almost like Spanish. That feels almost like a Spanish architecture. Like if we did like that. How about adding wind towers to bigger buildings? Very common. Yeah, we have a few of those wind towers, like these guys, if that's what you mean by the wind tower. I kind of designed my own version of them. We've got a few dotted throughout, but that is a good idea. I'll remember that for when we get to this thing. I don't know what that's going to look like yet. I'm kind of thinking we need to like flatten it and maybe do something like this on the top. But a wind tower of sorts, like... What kind of town is being built? This is going to be like a very Middle Eastern inspired desert civilization. Kind of like what you'd see in like Assassin's Creed games and stuff like that. It's kind of the vibe. I want to figure out these though. That's boring. Unless we were to do... This is where I want the cushion. I haven't built out here in so long. I'm trying to remember the style. We did these like bands. Something like this could be fun. These guys all became mud. What's the next video gonna be? It's for the Swamp Village. So if you've seen the last two streams, you got a preview in it, or you can go watch those. But it'll be out this Thursday. Is the current goal. Probably could have done this a much faster way, but I don't care. What about columns on the roof? Like a sort of roof pergola? Like giving them almost like extra storage to the top area? We could do like a staircase up here. But I did lower that down by the slab, so maybe I just do this across. And we get, oh, that's not how you smear. I saw a few homes like that, an image of ancient Egyptian houses. Yeah, how's that not working? Let me see. Let's do another little Pinterest scroll. Maybe I have something for this, because this has been in my brain for a long time, so I don't know if this is something that I've like had saved on my Pinterest board for a long time or not. Not a whole lot. That feels more little villagey. I think a lot of these things come to life a lot with the details that we added, just because it is a pretty flat-walled build style. So we need to be conscious of that. As it's, oh geez, hello. As we're kind of doing things.
Cha-ching!
But we could make this work somehow. Ninja, thank you so much for the gift membership. Appreciate you. Because we have like our ability to like throw our buttons in here. These are really meant to be pretty simple, just like storage warehouses. They don't need to be anything too fancy. I just want them to have some interesting shaping to them or whatever it might be. Because we could even do like connecting across here. Maybe they're just literally like, you know what? We need a way to be able to get across. Let's just lay some big boards down that we can move things across with. And then we'll just reinforce it underneath with that. Like even just something like that could be fine. It gives it a little bit more something, I guess, of you can see that people are working here. No text, please. Thank you. I know that doesn't connect in, but whatever. Have you ever wanted to build a futuristic fantasy city of sorts in the end, or maybe a futurist landscape in the end? I'm not too interested in building in the end right now. It's just not something that is like that visually appealing. It's just dark and bleh. And even with like the end flashes that we have now, I'm not a huge fan of them, I'll be honest. I think they're kind of a little overbearing. Man, this would be great to have wool slabs right now, but we do not. So I just haven't spent too much time working in the end. We did the main space in the end where I have a big old tree, but that's kind of it. So what if we did like a bam? If we, I think, can trapdoor. Just to smooth this out a touch more. And then now we should be able to take Cherry and do some... I so wish that we had a solid and a transparent version of every single trapdoor. It'd be really cool. Nah, I don't like that. Do we want this? you could make it a pergola instead of a canvas cover. I kind of like the idea that it's like temporarily set up here. If you could update the texture of a block or entity, which one would it be? I don't know if that would really update any blocks or entities in the game. I kind of like most of the things that we have in Minecraft, I'll be honest. I was looking at a design on a Pinteresty search, and I think I want to bring this back here. To probably where the floor of this will come up to this point. So I think I'm actually going to drop that back. Nah, we will bring that up. Then we'll have we'll have 3 blocks to play with. Then this can come back in here. Door into there, and then that means that this whole side needs to come up by a block in order to account for having enough headroom in there. And I will just take that for there, and then I think also on this side it'd be kind of nice to have that same thing, but we're gonna need to have a way to get up to it. I like that, this being like a block lower than the other one. Maybe they're not connected. We've done that at a few points where this like overhangy bit here is only connected to one of the 2 sides, and then we use, I guess that would mean that this needs to come up another block. And we can do our little cinnabar. Do that. And then you can get, let's throw sandstone in for now. I'm kind of debating that we actually turn this whole building here into packed mud. But we'll just throw sandstone in for now just to get it shaped. New papyrus is looking good. It's gonna come along. We'll get there slowly. This one's gonna be a labor of love, that's for sure. Maybe cushions would make it solid when they come out. Yeah, cushions would be lovely. What's that slab you're using? Polished cinnabar. Came in 26.2. It's new. It's new. Because this for these like tower thingies. How did I do this? Where is it? Yeah. Okay, so I did just do that. All right. So it's bam, 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 bam. I need to make this too tall. Then I need to take the bottom layer. That brings us up to 5. And then we want to take this, bring it around there. I think I want to take this. Bring it around here. We also haven't worked out here since shelves were added to the game. So coming to think of it, we do have the ability now to do birch shelving in New Papyrus. And honestly, that's going to be a game changer. I like that a lot. That's going to be huge. Hey, Sparrow, how we doing? For some reason, this music reminds me of Hogwarts Legacy. This is Minecraft Dungeons soundtrack. The game that had so much potential and disappeared in a week. Been doing a lurk. Hey, Jinxie. Do you like cushions, and will they be part of your world? Yeah, cushions will definitely be a big, big part of this world. Squish, 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 squish. Squish, 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 squish. I've never played Minecraft Dungeons, but sorry, did I say Dungeons? I meant Legends. Minecraft Legends. What's the turret for? The idea is that it'd be like a wind thing, like a way of capturing wind. Granted, I don't really have many ways of like the wind getting inside. Can we make that look reasonable? No, shells leave a gap. Maybe a gap is needed. The only option that we have now that we didn't have before is probably that, but I don't really like the look of them. So, fantasy is how it... Maybe there's little tiny holes in the stones for the wind to go whispering through. It's a wind catcher. I think something like this out here could be pretty cool for the city. I have no idea what the wall is going to look like yet. Come to think of it, we might want to redesign this. And give ourselves a way to get out on this side, like right directly into it. I think something like that might do us a solid. Why are we being weird on the lighting? Why is it suddenly just... The heck, Minecraft? Whatever. I don't care. I know some farms in your world already have small irrigation channels. Yeah. How do you phase through blocks is Axiom. Yep. You can turn on that little button. Phantom. No, sorry, it's one below it. No clip. Phantom is so you don't activate pressure plates. No clip is so you can fly through things. Do you perhaps have a list of your keybinds somewhere? I've been struggling to figure out what actions to put which keybinds with there because too many different mods to use. I've never shared my keybinds, but almost all of mine are default. I've only changed a few things. Like I put sprint on T. This is R, change perspective. And outside that, that's kind of everything I've changed. Oh, I moved open chat to enter instead of being T.
Like the stream, everyone. Do fWhip a solid 100 emoji.
Who is that? Kiwi, thank you so much for that 31 months. I appreciate you. Thank you. You have any interest in making some sort of statues like that at ancient Egypt of like a god or goddess? Maybe. We'd need the right place for it, but that is definitely a possibility. YouTube friends, we got almost 900 people in here, and we are at we're at 369 likes. So do me a solid. Click the like button. Woo! Over here, I think we are going to just steal this little idea. And by steal this little idea, I mean I'm going to literally clone this little idea. And see how it looks. Because I believe I have exactly the amount of space I need. Don't worry, I won't fully steal it. We'll retexture it. Looking at a dock near the new buildings would be awesome to have a crane for unloading. We don't really have cranes anywhere else out here. I feel like in my brain, this place is a little bit more based around human labor, I guess, of dock workers picking up barrels and hauling them off and things like that instead of having cranes. Especially with how small the boats are that can fit in here. Because we have our big grand harbor over there where we still need another big boat there. And maybe we'll even have like a boat in there for the village. But, and we also haven't finished up anything down here too. We got a lot. There's so much left to do in this place. This project, I've like half started so many parts of it. Where can I install your world once I become a member? Make sure you join at the tier 2 membership or tier 1 membership. There's the tier 0. And then you can get it through the Discord. Or if you want to support in different ways, it's also on Patreon. Whatever works best for you. Something like that up here could look pretty decent. Now that we brought that back, I think that's too much space to allocate there, so I don't think we're going to do that anymore. But we could just give it like a big old canvas cover that actually just extends all the way across it. So I'm thinking we do something like this. And we just stack. And stack. Something like that. We'll goof it up a little bit as it's going so it's not like perfectly clean. I see. I've just noticed there's some overlaps with Axiom, Tweakeroo, etc. Oh, yeah, I don't... A lot of the Tweakeroo things and those, I just turned off all keybinds because I don't use the mod outside of like very, very specific settings. How's the planning going? It's going so far. We're slowly getting there. This is gonna be a little wall guarding our space a bit, which I think would be kind of fun. I'm almost thinking this needs to get moved up a block. Oh. That will give space to create like a little water something or another right in here. A little water feature. Right there. Little something. I don't know. Some sort of water thing. Then the rooftops in this area are very much dedicated to being gardens. Like a lot of lush plants and herb boxes and whatnots throughout here, so we can have more of that. This space, we definitely need to have some sort of a sunshade. I think that's kind of a requirement I've done for any of the roofs that are accessible, is we have some way for people to get out of the sun. We could... What's in this book? Nothing. Could take our campfires and spruce fence. Actually, I think this could work out really well here. It's gonna be a lot of campfires, y'all. It's an even number too. I'm just gonna leave it like that, which is 2. It's fine, totally fine, totally. It's not gonna bug me at all. Yeah, we're just gonna leave it. It's totally fine. This guy right here, would he have a cover? He probably would. This is probably more of like the not military official, but like the whoever's in charge of the storage area. This is probably a little bit more of their fancy schmancy spot that they hang out in. So we're gonna give him a little smooth quartz with some purple. Yeah, why not? Does that work? Or is that want to be that? Yeah. Just ignore the spiders. It's just the sounds of the desert. That's definitely what it is. I kind of like that. This, we need to have like a big door that's like, I think it's gonna be there, but that would really block the, that's okay if it's blocking it though. Doomsday trailer came out. I saw that. I haven't seen it yet though. Is it looking good without spoilering it? I know technically that would be not wide enough to close the whole thing, but I don't really care. Are you ever going to do a larger snowy area similar to the mountain castle? I would love to get up into the snow in this world. My big problem with building in the snow in Minecraft a lot of times is that I feel like you need to make new terrain for it before you can do it, because one of my biggest hates of Minecraft, one of my biggest pet peeves, is the way biomes come together, especially going from snow to desert, or from desert to like grass, or from snow to grass. Like, why does the snow just stop right there? There's no like dithering out of it. There's no transitionary biomes. So I wish Minecraft, which is kind of what this project started as, was so that we could raise the landscape up here, and eventually it was going to come across this way and turn these into like some bigger spires of things, to make it so that you can actually like somehow logic the snow being there. The desert, we're also trying to do that here by creating a bit of like a rain shadow effect with these mesa rocks. We're gonna go right along the edge of this transition, so that'll clean that up a touch. We'll probably do a few smaller ones along here too, just to do that a little bit, but I also do kind of like how open this view is, so I'm kind of just bleh, whatever. So yeah, that's like one of my biggest pet peeves with Minecraft. Honestly, one of my only pet peeves in Minecraft is just how much I really hate that, I'll be honest. So that's like the biggest thing that keeps me from going to a swamp biome. Or swamp biome. Snowy biome. If Minecraft can figure that out, I will, but I also think it's one of those things that's probably not a high priority for them. So I don't know if it's really something to like figure out per se. Yeah, whoever said pergola, we'll do a pergola up here. This can be more official looking. I feel like I had a whole page for stuff for the desert. It's probably all of this, to be honest. So what do we want to make the pergola out of? What have I done in the past? I guess I've done that. We can just do this again. Keep it consistent. We need some consistent theme elements compared to what I've done before. So we need to have some amount of that happening. This is my first stream. Scout, welcome in. Hope you have a good one. What is it? Was this? No, I feel like it's one higher. YouTube friends, click the like button if you haven't already. It helps me out a ton, so I really, really do appreciate it. Did I do the bottom trapdoor? Like, right, bottom trapdoor is on the things, so these do go here. We're almost at 500 likes. We are at 1,000 viewers. I'm just saying, there is a chance for the spoiler of the day at 1,000 likes. It is possible. Okay. There's our pergola. Is that too consistent on the height now? They literally are the exact same height. Maybe we lower this back down a block. I don't like things like that ending at the exact same height. I fix. No, get out of there. Stupid creepers. Give me tips for starting out a large scale build. Planning. Spend the time planning when you get started. You don't have to plan every little thing. In fact, I do not encourage planning every little thing, but I do encourage some amount of planning. It will help a lot. Even if your plan is, I want a road going there, I want a road going there, I want a road going here, and I want a road going here because I want my big thing here, and I want another big thing here, whatever goes in the middle, I don't care. As long as you can do that. Because what you need to do is with your plan, you need to break it down into little pieces. You don't want to do everything. If you focus on doing everything at once, you will not get anywhere. I don't know why this mud is here, but we don't need it. But if your entire focus is like on the grandness of how big your project is, you also won't get anywhere. So what you really need to do when you're getting started with planning out projects in Minecraft is you need to break it down into little pieces. Is that where the wall yellow will end? The plan is for the wall to end like right here in the water. We probably won't do this today. Maybe we will. I don't really know yet. It could get shoved out a little bit farther. It can't really come in now because we've done this. So I guess it probably will go there because I don't want to make the city much bigger. This is already a huge city. I think this technically, the buildings are bigger, but I think technically like block radius pre-harbor expansion, this might be bigger or just about the same size as path, because the whole goal would be that it like stretches down along here, like fills in all of this area too, with like a big harbor on this side here too, and then we'd like finish off probably custom mountain there. That'd be like our big mesa rocks somewhere over there, and then kind of customize this a bit so we're not looking into the mangrove swamp. Dude, Burrito, we are so back. Read my message. fWhip. What large scale build are you making, and make sure to plan? I was just talking about how to plan things out. I literally just went through why you plan things out. Where did the city start? Can you show us which building was the first? First in this city was the Blue Axolotl Bazaar, I believe. Technically, I did the little village over there, but which I don't really associate with the city. This is the little village outside of the city. But the first building in the city itself was the Blue Axolotl Bazaar.
Pleased to meet you.
Of course, I need a place for Booger and all of his friends. There's Booger. He's the OG.
Pleased to meet you.
Rice Planet with the 47 months. Thank you. And Snick, I am assuming. Thank you so much for the tier 1. And then I think we did this stretch here. Like, I think we did this city block, and then we did that guy, and then we did those. I think was all one big episode. And this and that might have come together. I don't really know. It's been a long time. I don't know what I want to do on this. I have zero thoughts on how to detail currently. Do we want an entrance? No, I feel like this needs to be a blank wall. What can we do detail wise? What have I done over here? We have some of these. I'm thinking this could work out where we kind of push it back a block and we do these little archways. That could kind of be nice, just to break up the flat face of all of it on this end. Maybe that's specifically like here, which we would need to move it over another block this way so that we can get it to be an odd number, which is not the worst thing in the world. And that will be here. Bam and bam. And I shall give you another one there. Boop, 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 boop. I need to find like a farm or something to put in here. Or maybe this is just my excuse. I don't think it's in this copy. But there in the actual survival world, there's a gigantic, and I mean gigantic, sugarcane farm right here. So it could be an excuse to finish it, because technically it's not finished yet. We do have the villager trading stalls in here that are now ready to go. But I need more things out here to produce emeralds for me, so that I don't have to go back if I run out. Because now with this in here, that means this whole lower section can actually just be flat until you get to this point. Then that's fine. I do like the strip that we did. Dude, it's rough when you haven't built in a style for a long time. We also have like these doorways in here that kind of come in like that, which are pretty important to it all, I think. We don't really have any doorways that would fit it, though, is the problem. Maybe we can make some forced 3-wide doorways. Yeah, this could be a little 3-wide. Oh no, a spider just took fall damage. Oh no. That would be here. Well, can I do this and then close it? No, I want it to be out that way. Trying to zombie proof it. Not gonna work. I think this whole building on this side is going to be out of sandstone. So if I just do this real quick. We should be able to take you and just drop. And that shouldn't... Oh, nope, something's still connected. Also, I just undid something that I probably didn't want to undo, so that's... We'll find that out later. Maybe I need to do this entire middle. Trying to think of how we... What would have been connecting for some weird reason. Oh, yeah, that worked. Sick. That's going to save time. Watchmaking, we're working on a bit of like a harbor storage area, I think is the easiest way to describe it. We can have that be like a little tiny version, just like a little tiny alley. There can be some stuff stored outside maybe. I think on top of this, we want to bring in our cut red sandstone. I don't want to be only using my new cinnabar and sulfur stuff. We still need to have some amount of the OGs so it doesn't appear fully like this is just all new. You know, with our lime concrete, it actually looks pretty solid. Yeah, this is mostly just gonna be decorative storage. Like, this probably won't be a real storage room. But if we... Stupid spider. If we can turn it into a real storage room, that would be kind of fun. What if we go up here? Oh, you know what? Where is that thing? I did it here. Yeah, that's what I was looking for. I was like, I know I did some sticky outy storagey thingy. Or not storage, windowy thingy. One, two, three, four, five. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, a little something like that. Just want to say I love your videos and you've inspired me to start my own world. Well, I'm too scared to do a hardcore world. I'm excited to create my own world. Good luck with your build. Is it Stukin? Stucan? I think so. Thank you so much, dude. Appreciate it. And don't ever feel like you're pressured into playing hardcore. Just because I'm playing hardcore doesn't mean that any of y'all need to play hardcore. I'd say play the version of Minecraft that you are going to have the most fun with. And for a lot of people, that is not hardcore Minecraft. This is all so off, like flooring size wise. It's fine. It's totally fine. It's totally fine. It's just not an issue at all. Dude, what is going on? Why am I keep erasing my blocks? I'm always back on page 1. Dude, my hotbars in here used to be so organized. I used to have like a page for what I was building in Path. I had a page for what I was building when I was working in New Papyrus. I had a page for what I was building when I was working in the Nether. What happened? Did you start this world as hardcore because it would get more views? That was partially a reason for it. I started this world very much when hardcore was like in its meta, but I also I would say that like I enjoy hardcore. Just like I enjoy playing hardcore Minecraft. So that's not as like big of a thing for me as it might be for some people. I think hardcore is a pretty fun way of playing. That's an ew, whatever. Yeah, I think hardcore is pretty fun. I have a good time playing it. But I am not somebody who's like trying to be like, if you're not playing hardcore Minecraft, you're stupid. Because there's enough creators out there trying to push that type of mentality when it comes to Minecrafting. But like I really enjoy it. I also will fully acknowledge that this is not for everybody. Not everybody should play hardcore. And I would say that, I've said before, but this is most likely my last hardcore world. After this, I'm planning to go to a regular survival world and just be chilling. Whenever that next phase comes around and we need to move on to something new, we will be moving to a regular old survival. I think I'm going to bring that back in here with these guys. Reason being is we've lasted in this one for 5 years already, almost 5 years. We'll be 5 years in the fall, so we're like we're over 4.5. We're not quite to the 5 mark yet, but with that comes a lot of like the amount that would be reset when we lose the world would be pretty crazy, and that's something I knew I bought in for when I got into the world, and I'm not worried about it from that front. But I do think that if I were to start a new world, I would then probably be a bit more on the, man, I don't want to lose this again. Like I put 5 years of work into something and I lost it all. I don't want to do that again. So that's why I've kind of decided that like this is most likely my final hardcore world. Is this your first No, this is my third hardcore world. You can see the deaths are on the channel if you do want to go watch them. First one we lasted. I don't have a fully accurate day count on it because it was on a server for a while. It was kind of a secret little hardcore world that I started with Smallish Beans, and then he ended up dying pretty early, and we brought a few other people on, and then a lot of them ended up dying, and so it was just me at the end, and then I took it to be a single player world afterwards. Actually, we don't want those beams on the same height, so I'm gonna raise this up. I think I'm gonna bring that terracotta, that blue terracotta stripe in around this whole thing. Is there a wall that we could use for it? I think I could maybe get away with a cobbled deep slate wall. Maybe. It's about as close as we'll be able to get. Literally been playing Minecraft with dinosaurs for like a year. Love our silly sandbox game. Nice. Since wool slabs and stairs are here, do you think about replacing all the market stalls / tents you have with wool? Or are you fine with how they are now? Well, they're not here yet. They'll be here in a few months. But yeah, I don't tend to redo builds when new blocks get added. I more wait until whatever's gonna come next comes out, I guess. And then I work with my new builds once they get out there, and I kind of keep growing those. But I don't like to just constantly be redoing my builds, so once they're done, I don't tend to rework them. But also, I think it's going to be great having those new blocks. Don't get me wrong. I think it's going to be absolutely fantastic having wool slabs and stairs. Also, I don't think they're this like end-all be-all. I think you can still get a lot more creative options by using things not wool slabs and wool stairs to fill in places, because wool slabs and stairs are just really vibrant, to be honest. They look nice. They look great. I think they're really pretty block. But they're not one of those things that I'm like, man, this is the only thing I'm ever going to use again when I'm making a insert random shape here. So for that alone, I think it's more of a like, yeah, it'd be cool. It'll be fun to have, but I'm not like holding my breath for it, I guess. I'm not like waiting on anything just because I want those blocks, I think is what I'm trying to say. Oh, dang it. Happy we get green slabs. Yeah, that's gonna be a big one. I am happy for that. Oh, no, you go there. Well, that kind of worked out. Have you seen Mumbo's video? Because I thought it was awesome. Oh, with the screenshots that he was taking. So funny enough, it's cool that Mumbo is like getting all the credit for that. But there was somebody who granted, he did give a shout out to like a Minecraft photographer in the beginning. But that was actually something that I tried doing years ago. Granted, he's a lot better in Lightroom than I am when it comes to color grading and all that stuff. So it was really cool to see Mumbo doing that. And then I was like, oh yeah, I did do that a long time ago. That is a fun idea. So it kind of made me remember that like, oh, I did that in the past. Maybe I got to try that again. So yeah, I think it could be kind of cool. I obviously don't have the way to get it onto my world the same way that the hermits do with their stuff, because they're using data packs to make it happen. I guess I could, but I feel like it's a little too non-vanilla for me. But it would be kind of fun. What can we do here? I feel like this is too flat. No, I wanted you. 1, 2, 3. Let's do bam, bam, bam. But yeah, what he was able to create off of them, that was a really cool idea for just kind of bringing new art forms into Minecraft is always fun. I love when people combine their interests, and Mumbo is very much an artist when it comes to like film and all of that stuff, and seeing them bring that into Minecraft is really cool. Can't wait for the Harbor Walls of Path video. Harbor City of Path video coming together. When's it coming to YouTube? I haven't started even recording that as like a video itself yet, so I'm not too sure. I'll be honest. Oh, hello, floor. Why is that? Oh, yeah. I don't know when the Harbor City is gonna come out. I guess it's as a video, or the harbor in the city, I guess I should say. We still have to texture all these and everything, but I think the shape is starting to get there a bit better. I'm just trying to pick out elements that we can use that we've done before. Oh, I did do like sunken in stuff like this. Can we just like clone this? Take it with us? That's kind of a lot of space used up in there. But we just did like a right here. I'll change that out for mud. Kind of works. Kind of works. And then over on this side, let's get these guys again, and we're just gonna skip one, and then we'll do 2, because then it offsets just a touch. And like reverse it, but then there's a gap. You'd add banners to the sides. I don't like adding banners in too many places. What we could do, though, I was thinking about this a second ago. How would it look if we did something like that? Or even just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Brought this up. And that kind of gets a little, breaks up the flat line of it all. I'm not a huge fan of the sulfur up here, though, I will say. The more that it's sitting here, the less I'm liking it. So I want to try changing it to this because it'd be slightly darker. If this doesn't work, we'll probably change it for Cinnabar. Yeah, I'm gonna change it for Cinnabar. Well, let's try first just regular Cinnabar, because we have polished right over there, so I don't really want to double it up. but we can see how it would turn out. Any tips on how to not make walls seem so flat? I mean, that's kind of exactly what we're doing right now on the stream, so just practicing a little bit about the stuff that I'm trying out here. Might help you out. How do I use a block of sulfur to swap stairs and slabs? It's a type replace. It's an Axiom feature. You can turn it on right here in your toolbox and turn on type replace.
Pleased to meet you.
Hi fWhip, we back.
Big Dow, thank you so much for the 18 months. YouTube friends, click the like button if you haven't. We got 1,200 people in here and 550 likes. Do me a solid. Get something else on here. Perhaps the sulfur would suit the sandstone buildings better. I like this. I like the cinnabar on the, or the sulfur. Yeah, the sulfur I think on the sandstone. You mean like changing that over here? We could try that. Let's do a little look-see around again. Yeah, I really just did a lot of these like jut outs, just having it pop out. It's kind of most of what we've done. A little dark oak in there is not that bad. I don't want to just be like recreating what we've done so far, but this is that day where you've like taken a while off of a build project and you're like, all right, what the heck was I doing out here? I don't know. Let's just slap some things down, see what happens with all of it. I just move it down a block. Yeah, I think I do. What did I top it with out here? Oh, I did a little overhang. I did an overhang. Wow. Shelves are very good for a little extension. Yeah. I kind of want to do that. I think I'll probably just skip here so I can have that in. Or I could just maybe even do that. And then that'll let me wrap it. Yeah, I like that. That works. A little asymmetry in here. And these need to be darker because they are way too bright right now. This section on the inside could be a little bit more bland, so I'm thinking we just kind of bring this out so they have a cover in the yard. Yeah, that'll do. Maybe put like a dark oak slab on the top half of that window, like in here. Yeah, I kind of like it being a little shorter. That looks good. I like the 1.5 windows out here. I don't know why, but I feel like they're just a good vibe. Yeah, you can see that we've done a lot of that type of detailing out here. I really just said, like, let's just throw random windows and holes in buildings and call that detailing. That's really all we did. That's funny. Because, yeah, we literally just did that right here. Because we're down at this level is the floor. So I think I want to do like a bam and a bam, and then we're going to grab those. We were using them a little earlier, or I noticed them out there, so we can just take some copper trap doors. That'll just give a little bit of air movement in our first floor section. It's coming along. At least these front buildings are starting to be a bit better. We really kind of just left the back ones behind, but I think that's okay for now. We definitely need to have some sort of a... Could do it out of Cinnabar. And this could be... Kind of gets a little something there going on. We'll make it look a little wetter from the outside. When you're done with Path, you should move out to Papyrus or Toughall. We're working in Papyrus right now, but yeah, when we eventually finish up Path, we will be out here. Actually, I don't know what we'll do next. Like as like a main big project focus. I do really want to get Toughall up and running, at least to get another portal there, because I fly there so much. That I really, really need to start helping myself on that front. I need to help myself out because I could be saving so much time. What do I think about World Edit? World Edit's fine. Axiom's just better. World Edit was great when it first came out back in what 14, 15, something like that. It was great back then, but it's just there's better tools than it has now. We're gonna have some gardens up here. It'd be kind of like that. What did we do coming out of the wind thingy? Oh yeah, so I did these also here have like water coming out of them. Do you plan on finishing all your current projects, then starting something else? Or you're just going with how you feel? I'm kind of going with how I feel. wherever I want to build that like sounds interesting to me, I figure is going to make the most interesting content for y'all. I do want to like finish projects. So I'm not only going to be starting new things. I'm going to very much be like forcing myself to do existing ones when I can. But if there's just nothing clicking and whatever the existing one I'm working on, I'm just struggling through and like, I don't want to be doing it at all. I feel like that can really show in a video. So in that case, I'm just going to be like, yeah, we're going to go do something else, which actually is kind of what inspired the video that's coming live this week. Is I just really didn't know what I wanted to do next. So I went and did something totally different that I was not expecting to do at all. And I think it turned into one of my favorite builds I've designed in a really, really long time. So I'm excited for y'all to see that when it comes out later. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Those don't grow. That dumb change also blocks the world download to be stuck in hardcore. There is a mod you can download, or you can change it in your own. You can change it with like in third-party programs or just open up the files itself. But there is a mod that you can download, literally called Hardcore LAN Commands, and you can download this, and it will take back the change. Like I technically have it installed here because I had to mess with some data packs, so like I have access to it because this world technically is still locked to hardcore, but it just has Axiom cheats enabled. So if you do want to do it, you can download a mod, but unfortunately, yes, otherwise it is locked. What's the absolute rule you never break to stay alive in your hardcore world? If I'm on the ground, have my chest plate on is probably the biggest one, but the second one is the totem never comes out of the offhand. A lot of people die in Minecraft when they get caught off guard by something. And the way you get caught off guard by something is by being like just lazy about whatever you're working on. Oh, I think my game froze. Nope, we're good. So the big way to do that, of being lazy, in my opinion, is people becoming over-reliant on their elytra. That, I think the elytra is probably the thing that kills people the most in hardcore Minecraft. Whether it's the actual wearing of the elytra or running into anything, or you have your elytra equipped when you're fighting things and you're just taking... Like, the difference between an elytra and an enchanted netherite chest piece equipped on a character, even from just taking a single shot from a skeleton, is like a heart or two and a difference. It's like a heart and a half of damage that you could be avoiding just by having your chest plate equipped. So that's like the big one I find kills the most people when they're playing hardcore, is they're just being dumb and being lazy by always having their elytra on. Remember your video where you died somehow on a mushroom island? I don't think I have a video where I died on a mushroom island. The first season I did die because my elytra was on and I got exploded by a creeper. Season 2 I died caving because I was being a dummy. I was trying to make interesting content and I was stupid. I feel like I want these to be sandstone. I'm not gonna lie. I think we probably get rid of this line here and change it for something else. Shrink that staircase down a touch. Baby zombies be vicious and hardcore got me down to half hour the other day. Dude, I wasn't recording, and I'm so bummed I wasn't, because I had a baby zombie spawn with a diamond spear, and he had 3 pieces of diamond armor and a gold helmet on. And I'm pretty sure that spear is enchanted, because that dude absolutely wrecked me. I ran. I was like, oh dude, I'm gonna try and save this guy. That'd be so fun to have a baby like a baby zombie with a diamond spear and near full diamond armor. This is sick. Let's keep him. He ran into me and did 3 hearts of damage with my chest plate on, and I just went, nope, I'm out. I just like, I am not gonna risk getting this guy. But if I find him again, man, we're gonna save him. I'm gonna be prepared this time. You know what? I actually think sulfur brick for this line here. This is where I really wanted to start using sulfur a lot. I'm not gonna lie. There's a lot of like these cases in here. Where you can just get like that extra little detailed line in it. A mandolin? Oh no, what did mandolin do? Those spears do so much damage, it's no joke. Did you get wrecked by a spear wielding dude recently? Yeah, I also had a camel husk spawn on me while I was farming mud for the last video, or next video. And he did so much damage. Sulfur planks with sulfur brick with cherry plank looks surprisingly good together. Interesting. I never thought of that. Huh. Yeah, I can see it. I don't have my strip logs on this one. And what game version are you playing with the Axiom mod? I can't find any higher than 1.18. You're looking in the wrong spot, dude. I'm on 26.2. Axiom is one of those mods that does update very quickly for new versions, so you're probably just looking on the wrong website. I get it off of Modrinth. I don't know where you're looking. What sulfur also surprisingly works really well with, not actually too surprisingly, is it can work actually fairly well with endstone. You have to be kind of smart about how you're playing with it, but it is an option that previously wasn't really super there. So I think this can mean that we can get a little bit more endstone built into how we're doing things in here. In the back here, we might honestly, once we finish this, we probably won't detail this alley until the wall's finished, so this will just be left blank for now. And I know we just have the brown down here, but this is probably going to turn into this like dirt, muddy, light brown coloring instead of brown concrete. Do you intend on building any pyramids or sphinxes in New Papyrus? Not anything that's like, I don't want to say stereotypical, but realistic, I guess, is the right thing for that. Everything that I tend to build is my own interpretations of it. I try really, really hard to not do too many of my Minecraft builds that are based off of like real world societies or religions or anything. Maybe a little bit of architecture, But if there's ever any like religious elements that would be explained in those, like the Sphinx or the pyramids being like a place, were kind of almost viewed as like a, not really a place of worship for the pyramids, but like that's like was a burial chamber, so a little different than place of worship. But I think point still stands. It's just not something that I want to include here. I want to make my own version of things and use those as inspiration. Like out here, in New Papyrus right now, the big thing that kind of gets worshipped is the blue axolotl, because this is where I got the first blue axolotl. So we're kind of more on worshipping the blue axolotl. So if I did a statue, it would probably be an axolotl or something like that. We do have the big grand library over there that has a ton of librarians in it that all trade glass, because I needed that for a project. So we could work that into the lore somehow, maybe. But I don't plan to do anything like with a pyramid or whatever. We might have like a big palace that could have a pyramidic shape to it. Like some of the elements are a little pyramid-y. But the main purpose would never be to create a giant pyramid. Mostly because those have been done a million times over in Minecraft. Like, I know, I can already see it now. If I did a pyramid, people would just instantly be like, oh, Cupfan did this on Hermitcraft. Just like, and I don't need that, dude. Even though if ours looked completely different. So I tend to kind of do my own thing when it comes to that realm. And that's no hate towards Cub at all. I love that man. He's a good dude. You make a statue of a real axolotl and make it blue, or do you do something to a statue of a Minecraft blue axolotl? Probably I'd try and go more real axolotl inspired. But it would depend on the scale that we're working with and what I can come up with. I am not that great at building organics. Organics are one of those things in Minecraft that just never have made sense in my brain. I would love to learn and become better at organics. I've had Jem try and teach me so many times and explain her thought process of them, and it does not work in my brain, dude. So that's like my biggest hurdle before I do any statues. We've done a few small ones that have made sense, and like they kind of work, but it's very much from like a single angle, which I guess is kind of the way you're really supposed to do statues in Minecraft, is viewed from just a single direction. Gentles, what are you playing over there that you need 3 days to install a game? Before we do that, let's grab our lever, because we don't really have a better option. God, I wish you could make this. I wish levers, the base of them should change based off of what block you're placing it on. Like, imagine that changes to like sandstone because it's placed on sandstone. You can probably do that with the texture pack, to be honest. Does the world tree count as organic? I think nature organics and like trying to copy like a humanoid or animal form in an organic are two very different things. Because in order for an organic that's like of a human or of a axolotl or a wolf or something, there have to be certain ratios that are locked in. Like your brain expects the leg of a wolf to be a certain length, whereas a human is going to have a certain ratio of your torso to your arms to your legs to the size of the head, etc., etc., etc. Whereas when you're making an organic that's a tree, those ratios exist to some amount, kind of for how tall the trunk is versus the size of the canopy of the tree, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, based off of like the type of tree that exists in there. Like there are certain ratios that do exist within trees, but they're a lot more up for interpretation. Whereas when you're getting into real life creature forms, even if they're fantasy based, there's certain ratios that still kind of apply. And that's where I get really hung up. That's where I have a really difficult time with it. What if we just changed like a few of these just every once in a while? Make it look like they're kind of like worn this way, I think. So it's more in balancing the ratios of all the pieces of the organic than it is in like actually, which I mean, that is in the shaping element of it. Whereas a trees to me, they just make sense. They're a lot easier to throw together. What do I want this wall to be? I feel like this wall's got to be sandstone, but I don't love the idea of it being sandstone. If we do like cut sandstone along the bottom. And then I think honestly I'm just gonna change it all to sneak that in there, sneak that in there. How you doing? I'm doing good. How you doing? Dude, we're almost at 2,000 viewers on YouTube. 1,000 likes could happen, friends. 400 likes to go for big spoiler for this week's video. Woohoo! Okay, let's take a little bit of sand and just kind of like dirty this thing up. $40 to 50 megabits per second. What do you mean? Oh yeah, that's not terrible. Isn't 40 to 50 megabits? Like, aren't most standard internet connections like 100 megabits up and down? Or am I going crazy? You know, I kind of want this to come down. And I want to get a little door in here, but I'm thinking we do like a boom, 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 boom. And we do like a boom, boom, boom. Maybe we don't put a top over it. Just something to show that like a door could exist here, I guess. What did the wall use bright red texturing instead of using the Cinnabar Mangrove and Netherrack? I think that would pop out way too much. I want that to be like a background element. I'm kind of thinking we have a few wall designs that we've done, small ones for like courtyards that are literally just like this. I think that's the type of idea I'm trying to bring along with it. We already have that smooth red sandstone pop on top, or the cut red sandstone. I think that's about all I want to do. But we could make it so that there's some air going through it, I guess, at some points. Like at the end of it. And just do like change a few of these. So there's like a little glimpse of some little something. What do you mean, like the walls like Babylon? Like the big wall? I was kind of playing with the idea because we did this, which, if I remember right, the consensus on the video was that cool in theory, but what we probably should have done would have been this. So it would be just a little bit less tough in there I think it looks nice. I actually don't hate it the more that I've sat and stared at it and just left it in the background, as it's been absorbed by a lot more of the city coming in around it. I was going for the, what do they call it, like a travertine brick style or something. I kind of like it, especially as the city's going to build up more around it. I think if we get a few more in here of these tall towers spiking up like that, I think it could be pretty cool. But there definitely were some people that were like, don't know about fWhip. Have you thought about graffiti or street art on the walls or buildings? We probably could do some stuff like that. I don't know if that's something necessarily that I want here, but I do like it in theory. I think that looks nice. We also, how did I not even think of these? The heck am I doing? Also, just bring frickin' signs around, dude. Frickin' signs on the frickin' walls of the frickin' buildings. Like this right here could also be some shelves. Like underneath, it kind of hides it a touch because it just popped up, so maybe it makes more sense there. And that can kind of just stretch around. This could go here, and then these could all turn into spruce planks maybe. That would maybe help it feel a little bit more. Yeah, it doesn't look bad. Thanks, Kyle. Glad you enjoy everything. Are you using some reference images? I've got a few that I kind of scroll through for this, but we're mostly just ripping off the dome today. So we're going to see. How is he not spamming signs everywhere? I took a weekend off and I got sick, okay? You got to let me ramp back up into my sign spammage. It's okay. Don't worry. The signs will come back. Hello. Whoop. Doop. Yeah, I think this looks nice up here. Lag. They're actually not as bad as the new update. I think I can make that. Yep. Nope. But we go up to here. Yep. Nailed it. The name of the song, it's called Granny Dance. Hey, Whip, just wanted to say me and my sister love your content. She introduced me and your builds are amazing. Whenever she's upset, your videos cheer up. Thank you for that so much. A dog named Draux. Glad you both enjoy the content so much. Thanks for stopping by and saying that. I really do appreciate it. That's awesome. Glad you two both enjoy the videos too. That's awesome. I feel like when you can find something that you enjoy doing with your siblings, especially when growing up, you're like, yeah, this is great. We got something that we both can bond over. Heck yeah. Rue. Named Rue. Oh, I went a dog named Rue. No, a dog named Rue. Oh, yeah. I'm a thinker. I've always been known as being a thinker. Yep. Do we keep these open or do we close them? Dude, I'm so smart. Thank you. Thank you for I think if we want to keep them open, we probably want to, or maybe we do like an in-betweener. I feel like we probably want them to be. We'll have some of them open. The problem is that even if I close them so you can't get in here because we're using bamboo, you can still see inside. All right, I need to know. This wandering trader, did he finally? Where is? The heck this? Oh. Okay, he didn't do it. I've went through like 10 wandering traders in the last few days trying to get small drip leaf just because I want just a few of them. Can't do it, man. Can't get a single small drip leaf to save my life right now. Do that to there. Kind of funky, but kind of nice. Cinnabar or sulfur, which is better? They're both good in their own ways. Neither's better or worse than the other. I would say technically Cinnabar probably matches better with existing Minecraft blocks, but mostly out of a realm of I want to show people that sulfur is a good block because so many people have written off sulfur that I'm just like bound to, I just like have to figure out how to make it work because I gotta do it. But realistically, I think they're both actually really good blocks. Because like, I think on this guy here, instead of the bone, we bring in some end stone. Bone to end stone. Boom. Boom. For that, we can do a little bam, 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 bam. Bam, 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 bam. Why does endstone not have a slab? Just asking for a friend. I am the friend. Actually, I'm gonna leave. No, we're gonna change that back to. Yeah, I love endstone, dude. I love making endstone work. So many. I really don't know where I got it from, but I've just been on such a kick lately of being like, people don't like this block. I'm gonna figure out how to make it work on a build. Yeah, I have a few friends that will always like. I know a few people like always try and sneak purpur into a build somewhere to just like prove that purpur can work as a block. I feel like I'm just doing that with endstone and whatnot. I guess that wouldn't be under here. That'd be in shadow. Lighten it up just a touch down there, and then maybe do like that. Or there'll be an Empire Season 3. No current plans for Empire Season 3, sorry. I really don't know what is happening in any realm with that crew. I've chatted with them a few times casually, but mostly about World Cup stuff, I'll be honest. And I'm very out of the loop right now on what Minecraft series are going on with that squad. Nothing bad happened or anything like that. I've just been so into my little single player world here that I'm just kind of doing my own thing. I want this to be like a half. I can't make it a half. Because you are on the inside of a block. You need to be on the outside of a block. I think I used the end stone in one of my path interiors. Nice, nice. Are you happy with the outcome of the World Cup? I was expecting Spain to win, so I'm not super surprised by that. It was a very one-sided game, but I guess I feel like Argentina really, really struggled and just somehow struggled their way up to the finals. Like, they just kept scoring at the end of games to come back for a win. So I wasn't too surprised by the outcome. So, yeah. I mean, I enjoyed watching it all. It was really fun. I had a good time watching all the games and everything going on. So, overall, I enjoyed the World Cup as a spectator. No, hit that. Yeah, Miss May is like a huge World Cup fan. They know everything soccer and football. That's looking, I think that's a little bit nicer. Maybe we go back and do like a little like there or something. I was hoping Spain was going to win after Argentina knocks England out. Yeah, I'm not surprised Argentina won that game, but yeah. Spain didn't have a single good match. Watching them was always painful in this World Cup. They did deserve it. Yeah, Spain just like played really consistent, I think is the big thing. Need to do this guy still. Yeah, I enjoyed it. Our flight landed yesterday, literally like as the game kicked off. So we weren't even on the tarmac, off the tarmac yet, getting home from our flight yesterday. And I pulled up I turned on the app and started just Fox, where we could get it to stream here, and I was like, okay, step 1, the game's finally live. Cancel Fox subscription. Step 2, watch World Cup game. I do wish we had more walls that would work out here. We could try the sulfur walls, but I don't think it's going to make too much sense here. If you could get rid of one block forever, what would it be? Why would I want to get rid of any blocks? I like all the blocks in Minecraft. If I had to get rid of blocks, like I had to get rid of something, I would probably pick the glazed terracottas just because they're very niche use cases across the board. How does your mind come up with small details that bring life to your builds? The way that I always like to think about it is you come up with designs as you are building and playing the game, like this little archway here. This is something that we designed over on that building, and it was something that I added into my tool belt. So I have it on hand. I got it here ready to go. This type of windows here, just using the stairs going along so that we have little tiny gaps. These buttons and the little threes there. The shelf trim going all the way around. The little slab topper with a pop of color to it. This window jutting out over here for something unique. Those are all different ideas that I've come up with over time, like as I've been playing, that have come into my like tool belt. Like this is all stuff that you carry around with you. If you think about, you got all your tools, you got everything going on. And the more that you design things, the more that you come up with stuff, the more that you have ready kind of on hand in your brain, or at least somewhere like today that we can reference back to around whatever else we've been working on when we're building and doing all these fun things. Like there's references that we can come back to and be like, ooh, I loved how I did this little stair trim right over here. Isn't that cool? Yeah, it was. Okay, I'm going to throw that right in here. And that's just something that is now in my brain. And actually, I think I'm going to use that right here because I like how that looked. So we're going to bring that in right here. Bam, 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 bam. Yay, that was something that I already designed and I knew that I liked over there, and I could bring it here. So those types of things are the big way that you can really start to upgrade your building skills, is not always coming up with something unique. It's figuring out how to be efficient as a Minecraft builder and a player. And a lot of that comes through a lot of trial and error. And then the things that you really like, you got to save. You got to remember those. You got to keep your builds, which is a big reason why I say play in one world, so you can go back and reference things and have all that stuff that you're going to use. And over time, you're going to build up a whole toolkit of different build ideas, different, I don't know, shapes of things that you can use, different reference points. Like we even made glazed terracotta work up there that you can call back to when you're building things. And that's how you get more efficient. And that's how you keep coming up with new ideas. Repetition can also help with cohesion a lot. And then even just like, oh yeah, little market stalls here. I don't know, I want somebody who's going to sell some books and scrolls, because we have chisel bookshelves in Minecraft and bookshelves, and that kind of looks like a bunch of scrolls on a rack. So you can do stuff like that that can just help you come up with something that you can then bring into your world. Are you going to texture that building with packed mud and brown mushroom? Yeah. We haven't textured the mud brick guys at all yet. It's probably going to be something similar to this here, if I had to guess. Oh, look, we did use our glazed terracotta. I'm going to steal this. Boom, boom. And place it right here. Boop. 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 Yay. Almost 2K viewers on YouTube. YouTube finally fixed the glitch. They seem to have fixed the glitch. We are very happy about it. So click the like button. Woohoo! Do we start texturing this guy? Probably should. Bring some dripstone in. Ooh, we do have exposed copper bulb since we worked out here last. We got that. We got mushroom. What else we got around here? What's a little bit like a highlighted? Oh yeah, we got jungle. We could bring some jungle in. Exposed cut copper is probably a little too much. I'm gonna bring that guy down here. Delete him off the hotbar. Control C to copy it. So now he will always place off of that angle. That's an axiom trick. If you haven't tried it out, I would recommend. It is lovely. We can start with, we've kind of done our highlights coming from this way on the build so far. So we can start with a little bit of this. Maybe that gets into there. And that highlight can kind of dither its way over here just a touch. Maybe there's a little teeny bit that's brighter over here. I don't know if I want the dripstone. We're gonna hold off on that for now. If we feel like we're missing something, we can add in a little bit more, but for now, I'm gonna just go with these guys. That already looks a lot better, just in terms of a quick texturing job. We do need something darker. That's the problem I run into with packed mud right now. It's hard to get something that's much darker that isn't just like really noisy. It's like that's like way dark. It has acacia log. Would acacia look decent? We did like acacia in there. Kind of gives a little bit of like a desaturated. But it's not much of a shadow. What if we do you and take you down ever so slightly? I mean, coarse dirt I don't really want to use because it's going to be a lot in the roads. We could just try strip spruce, but we have that in the door there, so I don't know if I want that matching. I don't like that. I want something a little... Okay, I don't like that either. There's just not really a great option here. Is your hardcore world your first forever world? Yes. Well, actually, no. Technically. I had my old Building with fWhip series that we did play for like 5 years. I guess technically that. Dark oak. Ooh, what if we trade mangrove? Mangrove for like a really dark shadow, just like right under there. Kind of sick. The other one I wanted to see, I don't think it's gonna work. That's a little too bright. Yeah. Dark oak log. Stripped or not? I'm assuming you're gonna say not. That's a little too dark. I like how simple the mangrove is. It's very... looks very shadowed. Dark oak is as you would say dark. Like that right there would need to be... Let's get the buttons, and we can do a little like boom, boom, boom. Actually, let's do that, and then we'll do that. No, I don't like 2 and 2. We're just gonna do 3 down there. Mangrove was one of the best blocks in the game, in my opinion. It's such a pain to get if you don't have a farm. Oh, dude, not having a mangrove tree farm is so rough. It is crazy how painful it is to gather mangrove sometimes. I did recently learn, though, which is helping a decent amount, that you can... I didn't know this, but you can compost mangrove roots. Somehow I just never tried it. And that at least makes it a little bit better. Then you can keep composting those, and you can just keep getting more bone meal to grow more trees instead of needing to figure out where you can throw away all of your roots. Oh, hey, Spitter. I kind of like this back here just for a little bit. I don't think it's available anymore, at least. Oh, you're talking Lego stuff. That is a today I learned moment for me. Yeah, that was a big discovery. That was me being like, Are you kidding? We could do what? Actually, I'm gonna do that. Balance, or something. Ashton Games, thanks for hanging. You can also compost all the mushroom tree leaves, the nether ones. Yeah, you can. I still hate gathering them though. Still forever annoyed that it takes efficiency 5 hoe to instant mine those things. I want something here, but I don't know what I want. It needs a little something. Honestly, a little pot can solve it. Boom, 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 boom. A little big pot action like that. It's meant to be storage area after all, so you know, storage. Maybe not there, because that would be where the door would open. At least it can be in mine. True. Yentl's giving out all the Lego tips here. Bushes that grow down from the roof. I feel like with the desert sun, they wouldn't be hanging that much. The bushes and every manicured thing is going to be very, very much in contained spaces. We do have some leaves and things, but we don't have too many other like hanging over spaces. Ooh, we did kind of do some of that action. So what if we, where this is here, we could change. Right, I forgot. We'll do a little something like that in here. And then that can be how that looks. I like that. I think we need a little something. Little big green. What are some builds you're excited to make with the next update? I don't typically start planning builds for new updates until the updates are here. So like I didn't even start messing around with Chaos Cube blocks until they got here. I did kind of break that rule this time around because I was so excited for cushions. So I did goof around with them a little bit. But overall, I try really hard to not focus on what's coming to Minecraft, and I try really hard to focus on what's here in Minecraft right now, because I find for me that helps me have a lot more fun with this game. The second I'm like really locked in on, ooh, this is coming in 3 months, man, I can't wait to have that, is kind of the second where I start to go, I don't want to be doing what I'm doing right now though. Like, I would rather be waiting and just get that thing when it gets here, because that's so cool. So I try really, really hard to not be looking far in the future, I guess. I think it's okay to look a little bit into the future in terms of buildings and stuff, and like plan out when they're like getting into pre-releases and like final feature complete snapshots. Then I get to be more like, okay, dude, this is coming up soon. But it's one of my dislikes of the drop system is how quickly things move. I feel like there's not a whole lot of time to just enjoy what we just got. If you are so focused on what's coming next, very quickly it, for me at least, moves into a realm of you're always focusing what's next instead of enjoying the what's now. And I really like to enjoy the what's now, because I think it's really important to focus on what you have in the moment, not what you might get in a few months. So yeah, I guess if that makes sense. 2,100 on the YouTubes. The bug is fixed. Oh boy. I don't know what I'm doing. Thank y'all for hanging, my friends. I really do appreciate you. Drop a like if you haven't already. Woohoo. Firefly Boosh. Fern Boosh. Be a much more dry, arid Boosh up here. Yeah, just a little subtle greenage. Pot. Leaves. We'll get some azalea just for a few little pops. I can have one like right here. Oop. One right there. That's kind of looking a little nice. Hope y'all enjoyed my nerd moment. Always welcome. I feel like 3 drops a year could be a good compromise. Getting 1 more month in between drops would give more time to enjoy the content. It's not the release schedule of the drops that is the problem. It is that we get the release date announced for Chaos Cubed being... Well, let's go to a how can I bring up a blank calendar? Calendar. No, I don't want to go to my Google Calendar, thank you. I don't remember what the date was. Regardless, whatever it was, is we got the release date at Minecraft Live. Let's just say, I don't know. Let me grab some concretes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's our 7 days in a week, right? Like we have... There's your days in the week. It's Christmas time. We got... Let me give ourselves 2 weeks right here. No, we'll go 3 weeks. This is the problem that happens with Minecraft. We're going to say this is Monday. Or no, that's Sunday. That's Saturday. So Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. We got... Minecraft Live, which announced the drop date for Chaos Cubed coming Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Chaos Cubed. Release. Date. Announced. Announce. And then the other problem that came in Minecraft Live, not the problem, the cool part is fall drop 2026 announced. Right here. This was announced. And then you get 1 day, 2 day, 3 day, 4 day, 5 day until Chaos Cubed is actually released. And then you go 1 day, 2 day, 3 day, 4 day, 5 day, and we get fall drop 2026 snapshot 1. That's the problem. This is the problem. Is that Minecraft Live came around, Chaos Cube release date gets announced. People are like, yay, it's finally coming. But we already knew that because we had pre-release here. Like we had pre-release, final pre-release coming out for Chaos Cubed released here. and then we get the actual date announced. And if anybody knows anything in the Minecraft community, you've followed snapshots at all, you know, as soon as a pre-release is announced and done, you got less than 2 weeks until the actual release is here. So if you followed snapshots at all, you already knew that Chaos Cube was more or less going to be there in a week or two. And before Chaos Cube even gets here for the whole player base, if you watched Minecraft Live, you're like, yes, this is here. We already know all the features for it because snapshot cycle's public. And by the way, here's what's coming next in 3 months. And so from the time frame of when this was actually here, you have one day, even if you play this now, if you play with or without mods, if you play with mods, you're probably not even updating on this day because you're waiting for mods to develop. But even if you play just straight vanilla, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days until the snapshot's here. And then every YouTuber that covers Minecraft news and everything is raving about how cool new drop is going to be already. And this wasn't a huge issue when you had things like Mounts of Mayhem coming out, because it wasn't like a huge thing for the whole community, but and it was very much like not builder update to that, like a kind of builder update with copper before that, and then you get to the Mounts of Mayhem and you're like, yeah, whatever. That's not for builders. But then you have this, and then you have fall drop, which is also huge for builders. It just makes it hard to really focus on the what's now without very quickly jumping to, but this is coming later. This is gonna be so cool down the road. So long ramble short, that is why I try really hard to not focus on thinking about what blocks are coming next. And I try really, really hard to focus on thinking about and working with what blocks I have now, because otherwise I'm always going to be focused on what blocks I have coming next. That's my long ramble. So hopefully that made sense. Anyways, I think that's like a very important thing that I hope Minecraft figures out a good balance of in the future. I don't know if they will, because I think they kind of like the current style. I think it's not a big problem for most players, but I think it's definitely a problem for some players, and me being one of those some players. Granted, I love the pace that we're getting new updates. I think that's a very, very good thing for me long term, especially as a content creator. It's cool to constantly have new things to goof around with that a lot of people are excited about. So I mean, I can't be too choosy on it, but if I could be a little choosy, I might say that we delay them a little teeny tiny bit longer. Just like a week. Just like give a week of the new content being here before we release the snapshots of next content. I think that's what I would like. Hold on, your rambles are supposed to make sense? No, they never do. What did you knew what you signed up for when you became a mod. I love the cramped feeling of the streets, makes the city feel so real. This is going to be a fun one. When we get this functional in here, I think this is going to be a really, really cool space. I also haven't decided yet if I want y'all doing interiors in this part of the world or not. Do we think that after New Papyrus or after Path interiors are done, I should continue the interior building thing for members and like start opening up interiors? I could put New Papyrus on the server too, if people could claim interiors in here. The problem is, actually, I did a pretty decent job of walling them off. I think it'd be interesting seeing like how stylized people can get. That'd be the hard part, is trying to make sure everybody goes in this very stylized. So I'd probably have to finish. I would need to probably finish all the interiors on this block, so people can have like different styles to check out as reference points. If you could swap out one mob for a mob vote loser, I don't want to lose any mobs. I like all the mobs that we have, but I really did want penguins to be added to the game. I'm bummed penguins didn't win. I mean, I like my wolf armor, and the armadillos are really good for certain things like early game experience farms. So like arguably, not even arguably, they are better. They're arguably better. Armadillo is better than like penguin, at least in what was announced. So it would be nice to have some some of those losers added in one day, though. I hope that Mojang still is going to come through on what they had said originally of the, it's not an if they'll be added, it's a what order they'd be added in, or like a when they'd be added. So I do hope that happens one day. Don't even know which one they were. Penguins were the same as the like frogs with, or not the frog, the crab and the armadillo, I believe. I thought penguins were so cool, dude. I thought that would be such... I mean, I think penguins are such a cool animal, IRL. So bringing them into Minecraft, I thought would be really fun. I understand why... we really needed a dog update. It's just a bummer that the dog update came by proxy of voting for armadillos. So it felt like if you vote armadillo, you get 2 mobs. Whereas if you vote penguin, you get 1 mob. That basically was just a motorboat. So I think penguins would have been really funny to be using in certain situations. It was just one where it felt like it needed more time cooking in the oven before it was brought to a mob vote. But that's also kind of the case with the mob votes, as they're come in uncooked. What would penguins do again? They were supposed to attach onto the back of boats and be like a little motor that would make your boat go faster. Think of Dolphin's Grace, but for your boat. Only 200 likes left to get the spoiler. Ooh, we're coming up. You know what I did on some of the houses? I'm remembering now is we do something like that so we could get up to the top. And then we're using this as like a little like dirt space for some planting. I think I'm gonna do that. These are full blocks. No, those are slabs. Well, they're full blocks now. Yep, your roof is dirt, sir. Your ceiling, because polar bears are the most aggressive, but they're neutral. Only makes sense to add black bears and grizzlies. I don't think they're gonna add any like wild animals that are like really aggressive that are real animals. Minecraft's philosophy that they've had for a long time is to only add hostile mobs that are fantasy. Because I don't think there is a real life animal in Minecraft, and I could be wrong on this, that is hostile in game. That doesn't require you first attacking it. So granted, technically polar bears are hostile without you attacking them if there's a cub around. But if there's no cub around, then they're passive. They don't care. But if there's a cub around, then they will be aggressive. That's just up here so that we can have a little shade off to the side or something. A little something like that. And we do a little candle. Perfect. Different bear can have the same AI. Yeah, they could definitely add them in with just same AI. Just spawn them in differently with different texture. I don't think there's anyone with strong feelings towards real life silverfishes. True, silverfish do exist IRL. And spiders. Yeah, spiders, if they're under the sun in Minecraft, they don't attack. So it's kind of a weird middle ground on them. They're like semi-passive. Look at like that. Just give it some texture. A baton of the spruce varietal. I'll go there. We'll definitely have some form of storage, something or another right up here. These guys I'm going to close. And I think we're going to use... oh, I can't close them all the way. But I can at least do it to here. That's okay if that upper area is open. They're all kind of like semi-open. So it's cool. I still hope they add a new mob. I'm really hoping for a bird. I really think we need a bird in like, parrots are great. Chickens are solid. Neither of them really fly. The only flying animals we have in Minecraft are bats and we have phantoms. And bats are only underground and their AI just seems to love flying into lava. And then phantoms you don't see very often if you're sleeping. And because they're aggressive, they're like a universally hated mob in Minecraft. Like, I don't know many people that like phantoms. So it would be cool to see some new bird added into the game. Someone say bird? Yeah, what if we added kiwis to Minecraft? And they grow off trees, and then they run around on the beach. I think that could be pretty good. Owls would be cool. Owls would be really, really fun. But I feel like if their main feature is just a multiplayer mail system, I don't know if that'd be the best thing. Yeah, I always have wanted like blue jays or robins added to the game. I feel like that's a very easy win for Minecraft, especially when you come in terms of like, they're seemingly pretty common in North America, but they're not everywhere. So it could be kind of fun to just like add something like that in. Rooted dirt into dirt. We also are using some coarse dirt. We're using some packed mud. That's kind of it. Okay, that's easy. Not really using mud brick unless it's like a crossover area. That's easy. That's easy. Let's replace it all with dirt to get started. Oh, we never did anything with that. What are we using in these cases? Gonna be some... Make it oak. Yeah. That'll work. It would also be cool to have like a seabird added into the game. I feel like an albatross could be really cool. Mostly because like it probably would translate fairly well into a Minecrafty style if you think about it, because I think a lot of the hesitation probably is how do they keep the Minecraft aesthetic and bring in a like and make a bird. Like how do you do that with blocky pixels and things? But if they were to take an albatross or something, that's such like a big bird that I think it could actually work out fairly well. Okay, so we did in some of these places use light gray terracotta and dripstone blocks. So maybe the middle to make it look a little bit more like this is official. This whole section in here is more that's literally what's in the wall. We want to I like to avoid wherever I can for the same block being up and down, so we want to be very careful on that here. We could make a little fountain in here. Probably would be a good idea to make a little fountain of sorts, and we'll put a little bit of mud brick in the middle. This probably won't happen, but I think it'd be cool to if you can find poplar trees in regular oak forest similar to birch trees. Yeah, I don't know if they'll do that because I think they really want people to go looking for that new forest, but it could be kind of cool to see some of that, like some overlap, even if it's just like a very, very rare tree or something. It could be a kind of cool clue of being like, hey, there's more out there. Like, go find them. It's out there. I feel like if they did it from that way, it could be kind of fun. I think the middle here needs to stay pretty open, but I do think like right over here. Just to get a little water. Literally just... If I made a massive storage with auto sorting, could I in theory use ender pearl chambers to keep it loaded? Schematic calls for nether portals. Yeah, ender pearls just load a single chunk, where nether portals load a 3x3 chunk area. So that's why a lot of those guides call for nether portals, just because it loads more space. So they're trying to... It's easier to explain in a tutorial. Oh, just set this one thing up underneath your... right under here, underneath it. Instead of having to explain to somebody, hey, set this up here, then this up over here, then this here, and then that here, and then you're good. So that's why a lot of those guides end up just saying, use another portal, because simplicity. I forgot how much rooted dirt we use out here, dude. Mud. You're so smart, Mr. Zombie. Oh, we didn't do our little bamboo trapdoor door. Trapdoor door, that is. Not door, it's just trapdoor. There's that as a way in. This would probably just be like guards stationed here at the entrance, so is what it is. Hasn't eaten his daily dose of brains yet, I know, but that's a him problem. That ain't a me problem. And this is kind of cool to have this all in. Not gonna lie. Just kind of like, we're what, 3 hours in right now? If I can figure out like a reason to come out here and do all this stuff, this could more or less be a video. I didn't even figure out a reason to come out here and be building, you know? We gotta like, I gotta do some more decor. Like that. Definitely more spam of beehive. I know there's just like all these little like outdoor spaces that we have. They're just so fun. Huge fan. Aspire do all your builds and everything you create. What's your best tip for building for someone who has recently started? Honestly, the biggest thing I can say if you're just getting started is just experiment and have fun and be okay with failing. Not every build I make is good. Barely any of the builds I make are actually good. It takes, especially not on the first try. That's like the big thing, is that almost every single time I'm making a build, by the time y'all are seeing it, outside of us doing live streams like this, like when we started today, there's a lot of things that I said, ooh, let's do this, that no longer are here. So I think the biggest thing when you're just getting started out is just mess around and do it wrong. Don't be so worried about being perfect. Be okay with messing up, and then look at it and be like, why does this feel off? And once you can figure out why it feels off, then you can apply that in the next build that you make, and then that one will be a little bit better, and then you're gonna do it again. You're gonna be like, why does this feel off now? And you can figure that out as you're going, and then the next one will be a little bit better. It's building in Minecraft is a game of small wins and a lot of losses. But every small win you remember and get through and can figure it out and get to the other side and whack a builder. Sorry, wrong game. But that's how you're gonna grow as a builder, as an artist, or whatever. Is you need to be okay with doing it wrong. And then eventually you'll do something slightly right, and then you'll do another one and you're like, ooh, that's kind of cool. And then you're gonna do another one and you're like, ooh, that's really cool. And you're gonna do another one and you're like, this one sucks. Then you're gonna do another one and you're like, all right, that last one sucked, but this one's great. And then you're gonna get to a point where you're like, and I hate all of my builds I'm doing, they're all terrible. And then it's just a cycle that keeps repeating. Isn't it fun? Would you ever recreate Port Lotor like you've done with Papyrus now that Path is done? Path is kind of the inspiration like Port Lotor turned into. For anybody who doesn't remember, that's the port city from the original Building with Foot series. I kind of named it that and then never really called it that again. How are we looking spawn proofing wise up here? That we haven't done at all. Haven't done this at all either. Voice is very soothing. That's good. Gotta get those. Gotta make all my viewers fall asleep so they forget to turn the stream off and then they just watch forever and ever and ever. That's how we win at YouTube's. What? I don't know what I want to do up here yet, so I'm not gonna do it. Also don't know what I want to do on top of those yet, so they're just going to kind of exist as is for now. This is also not spawn proofed over here, so we can just do a little... we'll just do a little... like that up there, that'll be fine. I'm trying to be better about spawn proofing things. I'm tired of walking around my cities and being like, why is everything so scary? I don't want to have to sleep as soon as the sun goes down anymore.
Pleased to meet
I don't
you.
want to go to sleep.
Almost a year.
Ivar, thank you so very much, my dude. Appreciate you with 11 months. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Potter with a pottery pit and furnaces somewhere here could be cool. I envision huge shelves with pots drying on them, maybe not too far from the port so it can export them. Yeah, we have, not saying that we can't do it twice, we do actually have that up here. Wow, dude, I got right into the chimney. Excuse the lag. But this is supposed to be a pottery workshop up here in Path. Well, hello lag, come on now. I'd like more than 20 FPS, please. There we go. Now we're good. But yeah, so this is kind of it, but this is more for bricks. So that could be cool to make one that's much more about specifically pots. Like this is bricks, and then I threw this little pot thing over here for, they're making some like extra fine wares and whatnots. But that could be kind of cool to make this again somehow, but like in a new papyrus style. So that's not a bad idea. Maybe give this a second to relax in here. That could be something that can be like here. Let's see, what can we write down? Pottery kilns, like over here. So that I remembers. Just kidding, I've lost all the pins I've put in out here multiple times. We'll see if it does this time. You're gonna make sand dunes in the desert? Most likely not this desert, because in order to make realistic sand dunes without having a snow layer type thing for sand, you have to go very, very large in order to make it look good. So this desert, we're mostly just gonna be working with the Minecraft rolling. What is it? It's like a what's the noise thing? Paranoid noise? I don't, Perlin noise? Is that what it is? what is it? I don't know. Whatever the noise pattern that they use out here is called. Have you ever considering switching the world to survival? So if you die, you won't lose everything. You just keep building. I've thought about it. A lot of people have asked. My consistent answer comes in at, I've done this for so long in hardcore, and I've put all of the work in to get through this point in hardcore Minecraft, that I feel like if I were to take it into survival and no longer be playing hardcore, I'd be kind of cheating myself on a lot of it. But I'd also be cheating out a lot of people who bought into this being a hardcore world. That's like another one. But also for me, like, I think if I were to, that sounds like I'd be like, that changes the whole purpose of this world. And if I did it now, then it's like, well, why have I been working for 4.5, 5 years to make this really cool thing in hardcore that's all that much more impressive that now is just survival? And then that's kind of, for me, I'm like, nah, I don't want to go there. Like, I don't want to lose the, I guess, everything that I've accomplished with this being hardcore by changing it to survival. That's kind of where my big stop on it comes from. Oh, we never did the doors on those. Have you considered switching to survival if you were to die? No, same reasoning. My thought is that if I switch this to survival, why did I do it in hardcore for 4.5 years? I'll be bummed there with y'all when I eventually die in this world. Don't get me wrong. Like, I'm gonna be very, very bummed when I eventually die here. But I also feel like it's much more true to what the world is supposed to be. This was a hardcore world from when it started, and I think it needs to end as a hardcore world. We're gonna do that because I think that looks a little bit better. And it also saves me some spruce. We will all cry
Pleased to
together.
meet you.
Exactly.
A bit late to the party, but I really loved your geyser build from the last video. Really excited to see what you do next with new papyrus.
Maximus, thank you for the 40 months, dude. I really enjoyed that one. That was a really, really fun build. I was kind of bummed with how that one hasn't been performing the best. I was really expecting it to perform a little bit better than it did, but it is a favorites. Speaking of that though, that was something that was a lot of palm or a lot of tree action. And what if we were to take one of these silly little trees, and just put him right back here? I do kind of like it. I don't really care. That's fine. I can just look a little wonk. I need to design some new palm trees. Just trying to get a little shade out here, you know? Existing. That is, yep. Yeah, I like that. We needed the height. What are we building today? We've been working on like a dock storage area for the harbor. So New Papyrus is not just all houses. We needed some storage of stuffs. Show the whole place for a second. Yeah, everything over here except those buildings along that back line and these are all built in survival. Well, and the wall, because that's just concrete. So we're getting through it. Start getting into Minecraft because my son and your videos have been great for us to watch together. Thank you. Hey, Brian, that's awesome. Very cool. Glad you both enjoy it. I don't know. I feel like that's like one of the compliments that I love the most that I hear from people. And this isn't me like saying, oh, shower me in compliments. But like whenever somebody says, hey, I watch your videos with my kids, for me, I'm instantly like, dude, that is so cool. Like the fact that I can like provide something for people that is like a bonding experience for them and their kids. I'm like, that is, I feel like that's one of those things that I hear that I'm like, man, I feel so lucky to be able to do what I do. So thank you for sharing. I really appreciate that. We had some stuff around the city just for some eye candy. Yeah, we got some fun things around here. Like this is gonna be a huge bazaar over there, so we still need to set up the market stalls on the inside. We definitely need to add more to the skyline. It looks pretty right now, but we definitely need some more height to it. But it's also gonna grow upwards as it comes back here, and it'll probably flatten out and then start to drop on this far side. This used to be up to there, like that was a hill. I leveled that thing off a lot, so we will be getting a lot more eye candy of just like fancy roadways. Like I also want this road. I am now realizing I didn't line it up correctly back to there, but maybe that means I just expand it back that way a little bit farther. But I want the main gate to be in here, and it's going to be pretty big and grand. It's going to be very much for the eye candy. Sorry for asking the same question multiple times, but any plans to add trading ships in the waters or warships? Trading ships, yes. Warships, maybe. I tend to not add too much stuff that's based around war. We might have some castles because they just look cool. We might have some like barracks areas, and we might have some like guard outposts, but I tend to not do too much that's like big, like war on the horizon. I like the idea that this world's like very much peaceful, and it's just kind of there to deal with, you know, the little general riffraff. But we also got this lighthouse out here that I love. It's so fun. I think this lighthouse just is, this is a very cool shot to be able to come into here. Just get the city in the distance with the lighthouse right here. I guess y'all can't see it too well because my face is blocking it. So hi, you gotta look at my face instead, but there we go. We can do like that. Like that is such a cool angle. I love this. Oh, it's so fun. It'd be pretty cool to connect the two bases by river and add boats along the way to show materials passing between the two regions. Dude, I already got you, man. You can't see it here because it's unloaded, but this ocean goes all the way through there and here, and we dug this entire river so that path did connect to the ocean. So we've actually already done that. But if we were to go, like, there's Papyrus, and if we just head our way right out over here, we already got a little trade ship in the water right there. Got some geese or something above them flying, some seabirds. But then you can literally just like follow this entire coastline all the way. These are all deleted chunks that we're generating again because I got rid of quite a few when I updated. But then that, you can see, connects in all the way right over to there, which is the mouth of the river that goes all the way back around. So we've actually already connected everything fully. And you can see the ocean. And this goes down bigger, connects through where we have the ocean monument transformation with my guardian farm. And then that actually connects all the way back into here. So we do got a lot of stuff that is, everything in this world is either connected by a road or it is connected by a river. That is true for every single thing that exists. Technically, even the new build that's coming out that for 160 likes, you can see that in game there a little bit better. Technically, even that is connected via river. If you use this little network here, that does connect all the way out to there, and then that would connect there. So you can go by boat and or horse to reach every single thing that I built in this world, which is fun. Like along a pathway or a river that is connected. How do you decide where to start your build when you made this world 4.5 years ago? What made you say this is the place? This was the closest desert.
Some super tall enchanters' towers of different shapes and sizes would add to the skyline without resorting to desert city pyramids or sphinxes.
That's true. I was definitely thinking more high towers. Thank you so much for the dono, Dave. I appreciate it. I'm definitely thinking more towers of like that and maybe a little bit larger. That could be cool. Even enchanters, because we have the big like knowledge emphasis here with our library being big old grand library vibes, so that would make sense to have some like magic-y something in here. I feel like there's a lot of desert cities in fantasy that also are very magic heavy, so that could be kind of fun. Yeah, I'll definitely keep that in mind. We build something on the copper farm. Eventually I would love to make a big volcano around it, but that's a future problem for later. You give a few filler builds for a 15,000 block path in a medieval fantasy world? Because I'm entirely out. Bro, why'd you make a 15,000 block path? 15,000 blocks? You want to go 15,000 blocks between your builds every single time you want to go check one out for the other? I mean, I guess if you fill builds in along the entire way, that could be something. You got space for farmland, you got space for towns, you got space for cities. You could have an entire country along that pathway and be totally fine. You can build an entire mountain range. But like from path to where we are now is 2,000 blocks. You're doing almost 8 times the distance that we have here. And I've dotted in, like, we've got little bridges going across biomes. We've got a village there. There's a village here that's still kind of a work in progress. We have a ruined castle. We've got a whole village built around an iron mine. I've got a ranch for donkey breeding. I've got another village in a flower forest biome that's tulip fields galore. We got a little horse racetrack over there and horse breeding. We got an entire custom biome. We've got an entire plains biome filled with farmland and a town. Another custom forest. And then you get into the town, or they're in the city. Wind catchers, they're so underutilized in desert builds. That's what I was trying to do with this guy. That's kind of like my vibe for a wind catcher out here. I know it's not fully accurate, but I do think it looks nice. And I am going to keep with that. Oh, I was thinking, though, would it be worth it to... I never really do this type of shelf detailing because I hate farming redstone blocks to hide in places like that. But that is kind of cool looking. Yeah, I think that actually kind of works. Man, I wish it was easier to make that transition. I wish you could just like right click on it and be fine. Basically U-shaped because the desert is far away from land, but only like 2,000 blocks away from ocean. Oh, yeah, run it right along the coast and build villages and whatnot in little harbors and things along the coastline. That'd be kind of fun. That's like a year or two of building, though. You got a ton of work ahead of you. Time to channel my Assassin's Creed detailing. Oh, what can I use for a slab? It's just a little bit darker, but doesn't like make it too obvious. I might just have these spruce. That's fine. It's just like excess storage. That's probably like empty barrels and things that are just like hauled up here to be out of the way for a little bit. Just gonna leg my entire world out with too many pots. It's totally great. It's better than too many signs, right? You ever meet a fan IRL? Yeah, I met a few fans IRL. I've been to Twitch. I went to TwitchCon a few years ago and met quite a few people, which was fun. I've also had one or two people like notice me IRL that have come up to say hi. So I've met a few people. If you do run into me, I'm like out on the street or something. If y'all are more than welcome to come up and say hellos. Yeah, I think that's probably fine up here. Creating a build based on trail ruins might be a fun idea. I actually have one. There's a trail ruin that's it's a trail ruin, not a trial chamber, but it's like right here. Yeah, so I actually have one that we actually have fully excavated, even in like the copied version here. So like I could do something with this. And it literally is pathway naturally came here, it spawned there. Like, and that's like it just by default in there. I didn't even notice until I was building the pathway through the space. If I ran into you, you'd be like, what? Yeah, true. Be like, what are you doing up here from New Zealand? Why are you in Seattle? Or maybe I'll be in New Zealand. Ah. You never know. That's not I'm looking for stair, not chair. The stairs will be chairs, but the stairs are not always chairs. I'd love to see an older, completely ruined city covered in vines and leaves and webs. Something like that would be fun. My like general vibe towards ruined builds is they look really good in small amounts. I think they can look really good as like a whole city or something, but I personally tend to not do them as like a giant city. I prefer like a ruined wall in a farm area or something like that, just kind of as it's all expanding in the world. Mainly because ruined builds actually take a long time to build. Which is just kind of funny, because if you want to make a good looking ruined build, you have to make the build completely, and then you have to break the build. So you're kind of doing twice the work to make something ruined look good than if you were to just make a regular house. Which is always funny to me. I think they can look really good though. Like I think it's definitely something that you can add a lot of lore and history to your world with ruined buildings and showing age to your world instead of just everything being super fancy nice all the time. It's just a harder one to do.
Pleased to meet you.
What was that? Cow Lord, thank you for the 22 months, my dude. Hope you're doing well. I saw some cows this weekend. A little bit of spawn proving. How do you get over choice paralysis Minecraft? I had ideas, then I feel like the spot I choose isn't good. Or that I won't like where I put this building. It stops me from building. I found that I'm okay with changing the landscape to like where I put the build. I think that's a big thing for me, is that I'm not only looking at landscapes for the perfect spot. Granted, this is very much a me problem that I terraform too much in this game. I spend a lot of time landscaping and terraforming that probably could be spent in better ways, but it's also one of those that, like, I just really love the process of doing it, and I think it's the reward is worth the amount of time that I put in. So that's a big thing for me, to get rid of that element of the choice paralysis. You know what? Out here we can do a little table, and that light will bleed in enough that it will get that. Perfect. I would say that's a big part of it. And I think outside of that, though, is the more that you worry about finding the perfect place, the less you're going to actually do. There's a lot of time wasted, I think, for a lot of Minecrafters on finding the perfect seed, finding the perfect blah, 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 whatever the heck you want to call it. There's a lot of people out there that Google perfect Minecraft seed, perfect starter base, perfect this, perfect that, whatever you want to say. And I know I'm saying the word a million times, so you're all probably like, stop. But it's true. There's a lot of time spent that's, I think, is personally wasted on finding that, because in my opinion, all Minecraft seeds are pretty dang good. You just have to find the spot within the seed that is going to bring out that vibe and that feeling that you want from whatever it is that you want to create. So, like, for me, I knew the only thing that I cared about when I started this world is it was back in 1.18, and I wanted mountains near where I started. And that was the only requirement. As long as it was mountains, actually the other requirement was the plains biome next to the mountains. And I wanted snowy mountains, not stony peaks. So, like, that was literally all I cared about when I started this world. Outside of that, from there, I didn't look at where the nearest desert was. Yeah, that's really funky looking. I didn't look at any of the nearest this or that's or whatever it might be. Hello, let's render those back in. Oh, being weird. Interesting. Huh. Did you ever finish the custom mountains near Tough Hall? That mountain is complete in-game. That's done. This mountain is complete in-game up until about right here-ish. So that one is not done. This one's not even fully designed and creative. I mean, all of that down there is actually in survival too. And then we still have all 5 of these peaks to build. But we did actually kind of start the edges of these when we were building this little forest area for the geysers last time, which on the map looks so small. So we've got more stuff out there. City or town on those jungle cliffs would be cool. I've wanted to do something there for a long time, but I think it's probably just going to be landscaping. I think just like customizing the mesa, but try and keep those striations of the terracotta colors going through. I think it'd be really fun. So I tried keeping that in here, and I think it was really important for that kind of Minecraft-ified landscape. Is your hardcore world on a server? No, I played in single player. I like to be able to pause. If you play on a server, you can't pause. I don't like that. I broke it. Nah, light blue. Massive jungle temple. I actually got a spot in mind for a jungle temple. We did. Yeah, I guess I deleted the chunks in the hardcore version. But there's a village in the survival world that we just kind of wung it. That's like right back in there that we made for the Love Tropics charity event last year. And so I did that back there, and I want to, there's a big cool hill right behind it that I thought would be cool for a jungle temple at some point. axolotl tanks. The axolotls live free in the confinement of their bazaar. How bizarre. Would you like Minecraft adding more desaturated colors for wool and concrete and so on, or do you think it would overcomplicate things? I think Minecraft kind of gets a little bit of its charm through its vibrance. I mean, I would love to have some more desaturated colors, but I think when you're looking in terms of the whole block palette, if we're choosing desaturated colors for things versus like, I think filling out the wood types would be a lot more fun, because we have all these, like we have a yellow, we have a kind of magenta-y, we have a cyan, we have a white, we have a pink, we have a red, we have an orange, and we got all of these in the browns. But we're missing green, we're missing blue, we're missing purple, we're missing like a black wood. We're getting a light gray wood, which is sick, but it'd be cool to have a dark gray wood, mostly when it comes in terms of like having all the fence varietals of all of those and having a wall varietal of every single type of color type. That's what I would prioritize right now, because right now if we go into green, you got these, and then you've got moss, but there's no real green stair until now. Wool slabs and stairs. The closest to a green stair we have had so far in Minecraft is that. And technically you could say, it's the wax one. That is like a bluey green, but if you're looking for a true green, that ain't gonna cut for a green. And the same goes for like blue. Like blue's even worse. You got a lot of full blocks in here, but there's not even relatively close to a blue, unless you're to say like prismarine could maybe, if you were able to lock this in the dark color of the animation cycle, which yes, time to blow everybody's minds out here. This animates. Prismarine by default is an animated texture. If you watch it long enough, it's in its kind of cyan-y color right now, and if we just keep staring at it, it's gonna become blue. Well, like a kind of bluey. You can see it getting darker right now. Bamboo green does not have a stair. It only has the bark. No, it doesn't. Yeah, look at it right now. You tell me that's the same color that was 10 seconds ago? You telling me that's still the same color was 5 seconds ago?
Pleased to meet you.
Dark prismarine kind of is a green.
Just wanted to pop in to say thanks for uploading them to the second channel. I'm out. Back to work. Speechless face emoji. Have a good day.
Look at that. Look at that different color. Look at that. Look at that. Mary Minnow, thank you for the 43 months. I really appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I was saying it doesn't to them. Okay. Yeah, dark prismarine kind of works as a green, but it's still, it's very, I don't know. It kind of, I guess it kind of could work with green terracotta, but even that, like when you put it next to the other greens in game, it doesn't really feel green anymore. It feels very blue. It's got a very blue undertone, but it's in the green family. But like we want that. We want like a real green, you know? Like you can use it as green, but it's really not that close. What's your favorite wood type to detail with? My favorite that if I can make it work is acacia. It's a jade. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. I love acacia. This is one of my favorite colors in Minecraft. Stripped acacia and just acacia in general, dude. If you can make these work, gosh, I love them. They are such fun blocks to work with if you can make them work. They just don't fit in every scenario. Terracotta slabs and stairs would be really cool to have. If that came in this update too, I'd be very, very excited. I want something along here. I just don't know what I want to do yet. But maybe we just embrace it being a flat wall. Maybe it's okay being flat. I think it just looks weird because it's also flat right back there, and something tells me this wall is going to have a lot of arches to it. Like a lot of like that type of arch. We could do something like this, I guess. That looks kind of dumb on the inside. Yeah, we can't do that. You could just do this though. Let's do that. That's like enough of a something. And I mean, I could just do. That's fine. That works for me. A little fountain would look nice on that wall. We just don't have a whole lot of space because it needs to stay open. And we got this little guy right here, which he does the trick. And we could do that, and we could change this. Good thing I caught my typo there before I typed the whole word. And that could come down to here. I mean, that doesn't really work because it's whatever. It's fine. Yeah, that'll do. Where should all the other wood types come from? I think you can get your blue and your purples and potentially your black wood planks from the end dimension. That could be a very easy way of doing it there. And I think green wood could easily come from just something with like a jungle adjacent thing. They've also talked about adding baobab trees in the past, which I don't... Baobab tree plank. Oh. Never knew what color that was before. They could kind of get away with pushing this to being gray. This, I don't know if this is a stained or an unstained version, but this is what a African baobab tree plank looks like. I feel like they could almost push that to more gray. If you're not familiar with a baobab tree, it looks like this. This was in the mob vote for the biome vote for the savannah. They said they were going to add these to the game in the savannah, which was going to come with ostriches and anthills, and I think mountains won that year. I can't remember. But yeah, so that would be the outside, and then you'd have something like this, the inside. And I feel like the way that they're like pushing poplar to being a light gray, they could probably do that with the baobab being like a gray plank or something. Yeah, Eduardo, you can one-off buy the world. It only gets you that download though. If there's a future download coming out, it does not include that. Didn't Swamp win? Oh, is that one Swamp's one with frogs? Maybe I'm misremembering which was which. I'm gonna break that because I think that would impede the wall. What would be desert city wall? That's kind of interesting. Oh, that's a really low resolution image. What could we... I don't really want to mess around with it now, but I'm just looking for some ideas that I can show y'all. Oh, that'd be kind of interesting for the tower that Dave was mentioning. I'll show... let me pull these up. I'm just trying to... No, actually, I'm going to save that. There we go. Here. Okay. Okay. So the wall that I saw that was interesting was these guys. They're terrible resolution, but something like that could be interesting for our city wall. I don't really know. I feel like it's not too much. The image that I saw that randomly popped up on the Pinterest was this right here for those like taller towers, like the Enchanters towers or something. Could be kind of fun. But there's also this Assassin's Creed Mirage Art Blast on ArtStation that is very, very cool for a lot of inspo work that we can get done in here. So I really want to start doing more of this where they're like covering the streets. Like I think that type of a detailing is just really, really cool. What was that? Yeah, and so, like this house is pretty sick. I've definitely looked at some of this stuff before, but they had, which I was just looking at, is this for a city gate? That was kind of the vibe I was going for. Just giant monolithic, huge door. That kind of feels like New Papyrus. So I might have to buy Assassin's Creed Mirage and go check it out. Just get far enough into the game where I can go visit all the towns. Is that one where you have to level, or is that one where you're just like you can explore as you wish? But like this is something that I picked up from these a long time ago, is how much flowers and foliage and things were on the roofs. And there's that like wind catcher design I tried copying in my own version. But like these types of things are just in the waterway here would be really fun to go through. For the wall, I think you get some inspiration from Gerudo Town and Zelda Breath of the Wild. I feel like I have a hard time taking inspiration from Breath of the Wild because it's so, I'll be honest, I don't like the look of it. But let me pull up this. Breath of the Wild Gerudo Town. Feel like yeah, this is what comes up for that, which like I mean, I don't know, I just think Breath of the Wild's an ugly game. I'm gonna be honest. I think Breath of the Wild's a really ugly game. I also think most Nintendo games are ugly. They're outside of like Animal Crossing, which has like a cute little aesthetic to it. Most Nintendo games are very behind the times when it comes to whatchamacallit, like graphic quality. So that's but like I mean, it's so much easier to take inspiration off of screenshots like this than it is to take inspiration off of that. Like this could be kind of cool to figure out a way to do this farmland something. Our desert is a little bit drier than this, but like looking at how all these rows of crops are going in like a circular pattern, that could be kind of cool inspo to take. I think there's something right there for a player to go dig up. Oh, there's our player right there running along. But like something like that outside the city walls could be kind of fun. We'll see how much desert vibe we want to bring into here. You can get stuff like this. These screenshots are so cool for like this whole blog I've had saved for a while. I just every time I'm coming in here wanting to look at things. Like this house, that could be a cool house to make for like some fancy spot. I mean, still better graphics than Minecraft. Arguably, I would say no. I would say Minecraft has better graphics. I think almost Minecraft has equal number of polygons. Maybe a slightly less amount than... Oh, dang it. I didn't mean to close that. Can I undo? But, yeah, I don't know, man. I think a lot of Nintendo games are very ugly. I mean, the newest Pokemon isn't terrible, but a lot of the Pokemon games are so ugly. When they got into the 3D realm, they just... Oh, dude, they got bad. Are eventually gonna try terraforming their entire desert with dunes. I don't plan to do any dunes, but we'll see. It's Mandolin's birthday. Wait, is it Mandolin's birthday today? Happy birthday, Mandolin. Hope you have a fun day today. I've bought... Every time I buy an Assassin's Creed game, it's because I want inspiration for a Minecraft build. Not gonna lie. Every single time I buy an Assassin's Creed game, it's because I want to make a Minecraft build themed similarly. I know I'm going to be putting a house here later, but I don't care. For now, if I need to move the tree, I move the tree. But I think something right like in there is going to be pretty purty, because that's a good little balance. We got our 3 trees sticking out above. Technically got like, that's kind of a bunch of trees, and then we got another tree there. So it's kind of like 2 sets of trees. Almost feels like 3 because it's like, I don't know. Those 3 feel like in my brain they're connected. We got bam, bam, bam. Good rule of thirds. This did just kind of divide into like 4 corners, which I don't really love doing. I don't really love making square builds, but it is what it is. It's looking nice. I'm almost thinking I want flowers that are a little bit more vibrant than what we had in there. Mostly because we were just looking at that Assassin's Creed art, and I think it would look a lot better. So let's try... Yeah, I like that color in there more. I think that's more fun. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Are you doing the wall this stream? I don't think so, because I want to figure out the tower first and then wall, and I got no idea what I want to do for the tower yet. So that one's kind of hard. I'm assuming it's going to be something like a... It's kind of hard, because I guess this boat doesn't exist in survival yet. But I think it's going to turn into like a... Actually, maybe not on the corner. Yep. We do something like that. Probably. The whole wall is going to be sandstone, most likely. That does kind of block off that from even being accessible, but I don't really care. We just put some dead bushes or something back there and it's fine. Probably gonna be something like that, and then we have 5 blocks in the middle, so we can do like a little... By a little, I mean this is just gonna get pushed back. We're just doing some rough shaping right now. I don't plan to do all of it, but who knows? We're gonna vibe. Wizard style tower. I don't think a wizard tower will work here. That side's gonna stay flat because it's gonna connect into the wall, so we need some way of making that happen. Ooh, I should really bring this up another block. I don't like when it goes too far back. Yeah. Then we can do bam, bam, bam. So we can even do like coming into like here. This starts to get the corners. I feel like they need to be boxy. Like in my brain, these are big old boxy towers, but I want to like slightly blur the corner, I guess. I could really probably use the rotation thing on this. But now, from like here up, I'm like, I don't know what the heck I'm gonna do. What was that? I closed that art thing. Are there any good towers on there? Let's see. Let's just go to Pinterest. Oh, they've kind of rounded them, actually. Look at this. Look at this. They kind of like... See, they got that like kind of shaping coming in, but then the whole wall is actually pretty rounded instead of like the straight lines. There was also 2 rows of walls, but we could take some inspo from that and start rounding it. So like this, I guess I kind of did like that comes forward, but we could be even more extreme of like round and kind of like round instead of these straight lines. Do you like more hardcore content or SMP? Depends on the time of year, I think. I really like my single player series because I can control everything I'm doing in the world. I don't gotta worry about anybody else's schedule or time or anything like that they're doing. I can just make my own content and have a grand old time, and that is something that does not happen too often for content creators. Let's do boom. And now if I place bam, 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 bam. Sick. So yeah, I really like that ability where I can just kind of be doing my own thing. And then I'm just vibing and having a good old time, you know? So I love that for single player series, but I also really enjoy hanging out with my friends, and I don't think I get enough of that currently in how I'm making content. So I definitely miss hanging out with friends and recording videos and things and all of that stuff. It kind of gives us a little... How many blocks is that? 1, 2, 3. Let's see, what is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Maybe that needs to be 5. But that also gets the tower up there very tall. Like, we don't want the wall being something that like overarches the entire city, but I also feel like with desert cities, you kind of want a big wall. I don't know. Makes sense for stopping sandstorms from doing massive damage. Massive damage. Yeah, I was probably right. I feel like I need it to come out. Do we want to just vibe with that for now? I think that's decent enough to leave it for now. I don't love it still, but it's decent enough to like not blow it up with TNT. How do you motivate yourself to keep on building? I love doing it. It's my creative expression. So it's very easy for me to want to keep making and keep designing things. And also it being my job helps motivate me to make more time for it. Long stream today? Yeah, a little long. I've been missing building. You can. Oh, I didn't know you could waterlog these. Wow. I don't like that. Why can't you be solid? Ugh. Right now, our floor level would be bringing us out to here. If we were to take that. It's like the walls themselves. On the outside, we probably want it to be like... Probably want it to be something like this. Well, that would actually come up another one. Oh, nope, that ain't gonna work. Maybe consider looking at the Theodosian walls. Theodosian walls of Constantinople. You mean Istanbul? Oh, yeah. Yeah, we could definitely look into that. I feel like that's a little bit more Mediterranean adjacent than I'm going for. Definitely something worth considering. Those do look cool. I do like the layers of all the stuffs in them. Maybe we'll bring that in with like a line of sulfur or something going along the whole thing. Are you 100% done with Path? Are you ever going to build anything there ever again? Yeah, we still have the harbor to expand. So we still got some stuff that needs to be done in Path. I mean, heck, even we could do these as the strip. But no, we're probably gonna have some birch in there anyways. Sulfur, probably brick. And then for this here, we probably want the battlement to stick forward just ever so slightly. So we would have to have a line that's going to be coming across here. Yeah, explain. Do you plan on expanding the area with your Mediterranean builds? Yeah, I plan to eventually. It's more of one like when we have inspiration we jump out there, and right now I'm just not super inspired to be doing anything with it. If we're going off of the Assassin's Creed concept art that I saw, it's like every other is just be like this. And then the middles would just be pretty simple. And then we could probably honestly just says he's not going to do anything, builds the entire wall. Yeah, I think something like that's not a bad idea. We just have to like texture all the yellow with sandstone and whatnot. I'm trying to recreate these little lines that are on here, and I feel like we could probably do it just with texturing along that whole thing, so I don't really feel the need to like really extend it all. We could also, I think, like that gets extruded down, and then like our road entry point, we probably want the attackers like having to come slightly down and like not just like a straight walk up, so it wouldn't be abnormal for them to have to like turn over to here. But we could have like our, what would the floor level be in here? That is, what level am I at? 65, so 66. Yeah, okay. Am I in the middle here? Did I just like wing it? No, probably not. Well, I haven't planned out the gatehouse, so we don't know what that's gonna be yet. But where's my ruler? Boom, boom. Oh, off by 2 blocks. Right, because I can't. Yeah, just 23 bucks. Because we did like 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. I want it to be 9 wide. I think the entrance has to be 9 blocks wide. I'm not doing this one. I will confirm that right now. I want that to be 7 on either side. Probably come out a block. Who knows? Maybe new papyrus is coming in the next video. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think, how can I like copy that like shape thing we've been doing? Would that be it? I have to smooth it out. Be in the shade, so we can probably use light gray might work better. Gonna be light gray or brown probably for our glass. Something like that as like our entry. Oh, I've been trying to stream for a while so you can get that spoiler. We're still 70 likes away and I gotta get out of here soon. We've been going 4 hours. But yeah, that looks pretty sick. That's gonna be something that'll probably get completely torn out and redone with something else, but at least for now it's in here. So if we were to do... I can't really use smooth red sandstone out here. What can I use? Purper? Use stabs and slayers? Stabs and slayers. Okay, good English, me. Override radius. We want that to be there. I just fill in the rest by hand. So maybe don't override radius. Yeah, whatever. Do it. Why not? That, we're just going to paint purple blocks. I don't need any of those. Isn't this beautiful? Don't you love my texturing? Look at my roadway. Is there ever going to be a point in this world where it's done, or are you always just going to keep coming up with new ideas? Yeah, we'll just keep finding new things to do. That's the best part about Minecraft. Even if they weren't adding new blocks to the game, there's still new things that you can find to do in the world. Probably have some sort of area up here that's just kind of like a cool lookout point, but we probably don't want to make it like too flat because you don't want to give any attackers too much land to be looking from. We'll just move all that sand like down to this space. Okay, that'll do. And then over here we can just bring this sand up as well. There for now. That's probably what the entrance will look like in some regard once we get it figured out. But I think the idea of like having it expand a bunch. We can even do like little markety structures out here. Could be kind of cool. Yeah. Don't fall. I don't know. All right, my friends. Y'all are out of town. I gotta go. I was trying to give you all time to get to 1,000 likes, but it ain't gonna happen, I guess. It's fine. We're gonna end the stream there. Thank you all so very much for hanging. I really do appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'll get this VOD re-uploaded over to fWhip 2 here soon. So if you want to catch any of the VODs, I do have the one from last week working on the slime, the Swamp Village headed out tomorrow. Should be live very soon. But thank you so very much for hanging, everybody. I really do appreciate y'all. I'm gonna go ahead and find somebody to raid over on the Twitch. Who do we know is live doing? You try. I did try. I tried to give you all a bunch of time, but it's okay. Thank you so very much, everybody, for being here. I really do appreciate it. I was confused about what people were doing. We'll go ahead and raid Linksy. Why not? Thank you so much for hanging. I'll catch you on the website. Bye.